And we welcome you back to K1 Circuit Winchester here as we continue to set the stage for Team Day here at the K1 E-World Championship. Dean Hunt alongside Jackson Lambros here, and we continue to set the stage for what could be a very exciting main event coming up for the World Championship.
I am so unbelievably excited. We got a little bit more insight from the team drivers that just finished up the sessions. I believe this is the last practice of the day, and then we get rolling into the heavy hitters. The main card, so to speak, is coming up here pretty soon.
How cool was that interview with Pat Long and the folks at K1 Speed? And, I mean, the accolades speak for themselves. First American in over 20 years in the late 90s to win an international kart race, multiple state national titles, IKF Formula A champion, WA Constructors Cup winner, and then he goes on to win pretty much every single endurance race under the sun. Enough accolades to fill a CVS receipt.
But has he won a E-Worlds Championship?
I'll tell you what, with how much his son is driving right now just north of LA, it is very possible that we see him out here
it's
in
awesome.
A handful of years.
Literally an American motorsports icon to have him out here, helping represent this event, and also the incredible help that Porsche has contributed to this event is nothing short of not a miracle, but nothing short of amazing, I should say. And it adds just another layer to the aura. I should say it's aura farming this incredible event.
6 minutes to go here in what will be the final World Teens practice session. It's a new face out on top to get us started, Puerto Rico's Leon Francisco. But again, we talked about some of the heavy hitters earlier on. Christian Velez for AKT. On top of that, Mexico's Joshua Gomez. You have so many strong guys from all three of these nations joining us. Haven't talked too much about the lone Frenchman returning from 2025. Romy Spitz Rodriguez also coming as the reigning national champion in the lone European, coming across the Atlantic to come and join us, currently P6 out on track. But you look at some people that you really need to look out for right now. I think it's got to be Dylan Mansing. It's got to be.
I mean, was fastest in his group in the first part of the day. Seems to be on it every time. I think he was only just barely third in the second practice for this group. So a lot of talent in this area. I would be interested to see what the lap times look like as we're getting a view of the number 31 kart here. I would be surprised. It's only gotten warmer. The wind's only picked up. I think in 18.5, we've heard from some of the drivers that really you've only got about 2 or 3 really good laps before the tires get hot and maybe everything else gets hot and things kind of get brought down a little bit. So very important for these drivers to kind of get a feel of how to manage these go-karts when it comes down to go time, but still nothing short of an incredible amount of talent on the racing surface at the moment.
On deck, it is the U.S. Group A final, so your top guys across all 20-something states joining us for the final 20 drivers or so in that final. Correction, 25 drivers in the final. And we'll have the podium ceremonies for that. Then it'll be the world's guys, these guys who will come out and do their qualifying session, 2 sessions specifically for that, and then we will have our world final. And again, that's the big payout, 15 grand up for grabs on the top step of the podium, but cash prizes for anybody inside the top 3.
Yeah, I mean, as mentioned earlier in the broadcast, this is year-altering money. I wouldn't quite say it's you never know. You never know what the opportunities can come with 15 grand. That opens up a lot of doors, and I'm sure all these young drivers would absolutely love the opportunity to get their hands on some cold, hard cash.
We talked about it for Christian Velez. You know, it opened up that opportunity to go and run some of the biggest events in North America, Superkarts USA's and their Super Nationals out in Vegas, as well as now a full season doing the Florida Karting Championship, and, you know, with another even some additional funding for that. Who knows where else he could potentially go and take his KA talent. But they'll go out for their world final. That should be hopefully around 3 p.m. We'll do world final and podium ceremonies following that. And then all the folks who came out who won't make the A main, worry not. They will also be going out. We'll cover the B, C, and D final. And then it's party time. Porsche Motorsports North America and Pat Long giving a couple lucky folks a ride along in what should be the first ever time I think we have a full-size race car out here on this track.
I'm itching to see what that looks like.
It's going to be so
cool.
And
I'm very jealous of whoever
cool.
gets to sit alongside Patrick. That's going to be super, super cool.
Well, we knew it was going to be tight here in qualifying, and it continues to give us that forecast right now. But as it stands, Canadian 1, 2, 3. Maxim Yarish, and then Dylan Maxing, and then Sebastian Espinoza-Mieja. 1, 2, and 3. All these guys within a second of each other, within half a second of one another as your reach goes quickest.
And still doing an 18.8 pretty deep into this session. This kind of goes against literally everything that I was just told that what we see today. But hey, you know, it's at some point, you know, this kind of becomes second nature, right? Like a lot of these drivers did racing, or did practice, I should say, yesterday. This is their, I believe, 3rd session on track. So maybe some of these drivers starting really to become one with the go-karts.
If it's a brand new track, and I'm saying this from the context of you're already used to doing outdoor stuff, but if you're unloading at a brand new facility for the first time, for you, how many laps, how many sessions does it take for you to really go out and feel like, I at least know my way around this place?
Usually about 3 to, at least for me at least, especially a track like K1. It's a very, very technically precise track, but it's not necessarily the most difficult to get a grasp of. There's no blind corners really. I would say about 3 sessions is the sweet spot to make sure that the big one is brake markers. You know, you can figure out the stuff in the corner later on, but like finding out where is the latest that I can brake without flying off the racetrack. That tends to be pretty important nowadays.
Your reach really doing a good job of running the curb on entry to Rocky Moran. I don't know if you noticed that, but I feel like that is another big separation between the outdoor and the indoor guys. We talked about that earlier as well. A lot of these guys, the concept of rumble strips and curbs being alien, obviously, if you came from the indoor world, but just the confidence for some of these guys at full song going up the hill into the highest commitment corner on this track to monster truck over the curbs on entry. Not only is that something that they're openly doing to maybe save a little time, it might be a necessity on corner entry there.
I was going to say, you know, getting that left, or I guess through Rocky Moran would be getting your inside rights up on that curb would definitely help de-wedge the go-kart, get it to rotate a little bit more. And, you know, the more you rotate, you know, these things aren't going to really step out from underneath you. It's all about trying to get as much rotation as possible. So making sure that, you know, you get the cart unlevel so you can control that slide and make the most of the rotation that you're getting. Big for lap time.
You reach a 118.839, Monksing an 18.950, Espinoza-Mieja an 18.972, and further back, Christian Velez, the top Puerto Rican, a 119.346. After that, you got Concha Alvarez, Gomez, and Leon all in the 20s and 21s, but it's looking to be 3 Canadians and maybe a Puerto Rican looking to be the top 4 guys to potentially bring the fight here to the Americans. And again, we haven't seen those two groups on track at the same time. We won't be able to, obviously, until the final. They'll have their qualifying, 2 pairs of qualifying sessions following this. But again, we're continuing to try and set the stage and figure out who's going away with $15,000. That's the checkered flag for the final practice session here for our international drivers. Still Yurich the fastest. But interestingly enough here, Dino, it's looking like he's continuing to drop pace right now. I'm seeing him go purple in Sector 1 and Sector 2. This could be a very different kind of environment, or, you know, within the context of this session, maybe he's just saving something for the last lap.
I was going to say, I mean, it's hard to tell. Like I said, my experience with these go-karts is still very minimal. Mainly, my experience with this tire is essentially 0. But it's very impressive. He's defying what we've seen be the rule for most of the day. Very, very impressive from the young Canadian.
That'll be checkered flag, and here's the run to the stripe. Again, for everyone who's used to joining us here for Champions of the Future, we run it a little bit more traditional for the arrive and drive. So where we normally have the tent out for the post-race interviews for Parc Ferme, that is where we will be having everything start and end. But there it is, Maxim Yurick, your quickest, then Dilek Mongsing, Sebastian Espinoza Mieja, and Christian Velez leading the way here as we start to set the stage for the World Finals. Ladies and gentlemen, the wait is over, and in just a couple minutes, some of the best drivers in North America are taking to the track for the USA Main National Finals. Stay with us. You're going to want to see this.
Race time, baby.
As you are, Ryan is going to interview you, ask you where you're from, your name, where you're from, and then we're going to get gridded up. Once we get all the 25 of you guys on camera doing that, I'm going to say final. Checkered flag. You're going to come around and do another lap, and you're going to stop right here on the front straightaway with our Formula 1 podium here. Kart Chaser's going to interview you all over the world. You're going to tell them what a great time you had, and thank your mom and dad, and you know how to do that, right? Any questions?
All right, and it's time to get started here with our A main race. Our A main race for the U.S. Teen E-Karting Championship. Again, the top 3 drivers that make it from here are going to go on to the World Championship immediately afterwards. So let's go ahead and start here with our pole sitter. We got Alec Daninsky. Alec, tell us where you're from.
Las Vegas, Nevada.
There we go. Alec Daninsky on pole from Las Vegas. Sharing the front row with Alec is Christopher Utzi. Christopher Utzi, tell us where you're from.
Indiana.
Indiana, all the way from Indiana. Then starting in the 3rd position here, we have Connor Wooten. Connor, tell us where you're from.
Atlanta, Georgia.
All right, perfect. Starting in the 4th position, we got Patrick Bernardovich. Patrick, where are you coming from?
Chicago, Illinois.
Beautiful. Next up here, we have Jackson Holder. Jackson, tell everybody where you're from.
We're from the beautiful city of Las Vegas, Nevada.
There we go. We got 2 Las Vegas people on the grid at least here. All right, and then next up in cart number 45, we got Mason Lee. Mason, where are you from?
Chula Vista.
All right, Chula Vista, nearby. And then starting here in the number 30 cart, we have... Sorry about that. There, a little bit of a difference here. Dominic Brown. Dominic, where are you from?
I came out here from Boise, Idaho.
Boise, Idaho. Very nice. Okay, and in the number 27 cart, we have Kaysen Collier. Where are you from, Kaysen?
Arkansas.
Perfect, Arkansas. Beautiful Rogers location out there. Next up here, we got Briggs Wilson. Briggs, where are you from?
North Carolina.
All right, excellent. As you see, it's not California people that are dominating this competition. They are coming from all over the place out here. And then next up on the grid here, we have George Gaston. George, where are you from?
I'm from Portland, Oregon.
Portland, Oregon, the Great Pacific Northwest. In cart number 52 here, we got CJ Arabia. CJ, where are you from?
New York.
New York, all the way on the East Coast there. Number 66, we got Greg Marks. Greg, where are you coming from?
Horsham, PA.
All right, all the way from Horsham, PA. And then after Greg Marks in the number 1 cart, you're going to hope for number 1, Lucas Kruger. Where are you from?
Phoenix, Arizona.
All right, all the way from Phoenix. And the number 14 cart here, we got Alexander Takagi. Where are you coming from, Alexander?
Las Vegas, hoping to get a jackpot today.
All right, there we go. We got 3. We got all 3 of the teen drivers from Las Vegas on our grid here today. And then in the cart number 12 here, as I fight with my paper, cart number 12. We got Alan Sterling. Alan, tell everyone where you're from.
Redmond, Washington.
All right, Redmond, Washington, beautiful. Cart number 8, we got Jaden Brooks. Jaden, where are you from?
South Florida.
All right. And then we got in the number 16 cart, Isaac Nelson. Isaac, tell us where you're from.
I'm from Portland, Oregon, baby.
Another Portland driver on the grid here. And the number 42 cart, we got Alex Workala. Alex, where are you from?
Tukwila, Washington.
All right, Tukwila. Another Pacific Northwester here. And then we got, in the number 46 cart, Ethan Kolb. Ethan, where are you from?
Daytona Beach, Florida.
All right, perfect. Daytona, City of Speed. All right, and in the number 11 cart here, we got Jude Vicknair. Jude, tell us where you're from.
New Orleans.
New Orleans, incredible. All right, the Big Easy. And in the number 21, we got Sawyer Kidd. Sawyer, tell us where you're from.
North Carolina.
Beautiful, excellent. Sawyer Kidd, everybody. And then in the number 3 cart here, we got Aiden Walker. Aiden, tell us where you're from.
Knoxville, Tennessee. Go Vols!
There you go. And in the number 53 cart here, we got Thomas McIntosh. Tell us where you're from, Thomas.
I'm from Massachusetts.
Massachusetts. All right, excellent. And then in the number 18 cart, we got Charlie Carty. Charlie, tell us where you're from.
San Diego, California.
All right, nearby. We got a local here trying to make his way up. And in the number 44 position, squeaked through by setting the second fastest lap, which was our tiebreaker there because he had actually tied to the 1,000th position with the 26th driver. We have Calvin Bennett. Calvin, tell us where you're from.
Boston, Massachusetts.
Excellent. Ladies and gentlemen, that is your grid for the A-Main U.S. E-Karting Championship. It's time to now see who is going to be our American representatives moving forward, and most importantly, who is going to be our U.S. champion. Let's see.
Ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, it is race time. 25 of the best rental car drivers in the world on full display here this afternoon. We've got Daninsky from the Pope. Hang on, we got a quick timing glitch really here. But the U.S. Teens final, this should be a phenomenal race. I'm super excited. I personally am going for the boys repping the 702, and that would be Mr. Daninsky from the pole. Yutzi in P2, as we've got Connor P3, Patrick P4, Jackson in P5, Mason P6, Dominic P7, Kaysen is P8, Briggs P10, and Gaston George caps off your top 10. CJ Arabia in P11, Greg Marks in P12, Lucas Kruger in P13, Alexander Takagi, another Las Vegas resident, he comes from P14, Alan Sterling P15, Jaden Brooks P16, Isaac Nelson is P17, Alex Workala is P18, Ethan Kolb is P19, Jude Vickner is P11, Sawyer Kidd is P21, Sawyer Kidd is P22, Aiden Walker P23, Thomas McIntosh, Charlie Carty, and Calvin Bennett, the tiebreaker kid, Mr. Irrelevant, lucky man, comes from the back row of the grid.
That was something we talked about just a little bit in between our last practice and this, the big one. But again, a tiebreaker at the very end, had to go to the second best laps, and unfortunately could not bring all 26 in. So Bennett Calvin getting the longer straw, if you will. But here we go. The moment that has been months in preparation here, and a journey that for so many of these guys started just about this time last year at local centers in K1. It led to races being won, championships being won, and tickets punched to the biggest show in E-Karting.
This is the big kahuna burger. This is the type of race that can effectively change your life. We'll see who wants it bad enough.
Just got one more opportunity to stack them all up here during the outlap, but the first wheel-to-wheel race of the weekend is already for a major implication. Top three going to make it to the show. Everybody else going to be able to say they competed against the best and use that as fuel for next year. Daninsky on the inside, Yautzi on the outside. It's 10 laps to get your ticket punched and become a national champion. We got the green flag. We're racing in the U.S. Teens Final A. It's a little bit of a stack up further back. 3-4 wide going into Rocky Moran for the first time. A handful of drivers going off track into the sand, but for the most part, Dino, we stay clean and green going into the hairpin.
Certainly didn't take long for business to pick up. I think we almost had one driver going backwards there into turn 4. It looks like we've all made it through clean and green. I'm amazed. These guys were on top of each other before we even got to Rocky Moran. We're still 3 wide, 4 wide, maybe.
4 wide. Couple of them starting to stack up a little bit further back. More going into the sand as we work our way down the hairpin, the pseudo-rainy curve. As a couple guys are making moves, I saw Bennett Calvert work up at least into the top 20, and another big excursion here as these guys go fender to fender. Look at this. It is an absolute melee to get us started here in the mid-pack. 3 wide on exit. They're bumping, they're banging on fenders. But the ultimate question is, who is in P1? I think it's Alex Daninsky, but I'm not entirely sure. But when this smoke cloud finally goes away, we'll finally see how they stack up. A couple guys already starting to make some moves out of the final corner. But here we go. First actual clean lap. We're finally starting to see things simmer down. And it looks to be Alex Daninsky, the Las Vegas native, in the 48, getting us to the stripe for the first time.
Gotta think big picture here. Even though this is a 10-lap sprint race, you gotta think there's a long way to go. The lap times here are about the 78-second range. Still got about, 12 minutes? We've got a big curb hop there into turn 1, going in sideways as if there's dirt going on the track. Everybody using their own kind of versions of the line. Looks like we've all made it through A-OK. But you gotta think, you just have to manage your body. A lot of these drivers have been driving since yesterday. This is the most physical that this is going to get all weekend. Got to be really, really smart. Some more door banging there
contact
going into the first of the S's.
I think that was Workala trying to make a move on, I want to say that's Lucas Kruger. Not entirely sure, as it is a major mothball still further back. But look at this. Already the gap from your leader to the remainder of the field. Alex Daninsky, 1 second and change from the pack. Let's continue to see, though, how it's stacking up in the midfield. Want to say this is George Gaston and a handful of others. You've got what looks to be Kaysen Collier, Lucas Kruger, Alex Wakaka, Calvin Bennett, everybody in a lap that started with them going side by side. Well, they're still going side by side for a vast majority of it, but now we're finally starting to see guys start to fan out, go single file. A little bit of a move for the bumper further back. I want to say that was Bennett making a move on Workala. But this is it for Daninsky. He is your race leader, but the chase is on everybody trying to close the gap to your leader.
Ladies and gentlemen, we showed up for a go-kart race and a boxing match has broken out here at the back of the pack. In the mid-pack, it is Lord of the Flies out there. Thankfully, we've still all made it through. I'm amazed everyone's still running. Alex Daninsky still with the fastest time of an 18.2. A really, really quick lap there for the young Las Vegan. He's gone all the way out to his second lead. I think this one might be over before it even begins.
How about this? Calvin Bennett, 14 positions gained from the start, and
Wow.
it could be 2 more. You got Lucas Kruger, Alex Workala right on the menu. He's trying to do 1 more here. Looks to be on the inside of Workala. I think that might have been a done deal on the inside of the long sweeping left-hander to set us up for the S's. But it started immediately at the drop of the green flag. He made up at least 5 moves in the opening lap. He has got some kind of pace underneath the hood of that 44. He's trying to carry that momentum forward.
I cannot believe that the guy that got in on a tiebreaker has gone up 14 spots in less than 2 laps. This is very impressive stuff. Although it looks like we're going to go side by side through the kink, it is all smooth sailing out in front. Look at that old. There was a name for it. It was like the tuck. It was like the special tuck. I forget what the name associated with that was. But Daninsky is out of here.
First time we're checking in with your race leader as he comes to the stripe. What's the gap as Yutzi is giving chase? Looks to be now 1.7 seconds. It's actually Mason Lee who made that move 4 positions in the last lap. Improves from P5 up into P2. That'll drop Yahtzee down into P3. But for Daninsky, you're seeing a little bit of a Euro lean here as we look at him work through D2, putting as much weight on the outside wheels as possible. Look at that. Have you seen anything like that so far today?
Looks like Danny Formal.
A little bit,
like,
little bit.
It's looking a little Mahomey. But a 17.7 from Alex Daninsky. The next fastest time inside the top 10 is a 19.0 or 18.5. No, it has 17.7. No, our timing's having a bit of an issue. But an 18.0, Daninsky is driving away from this field.
Can't count out CJ Arabia too. He seems to be the only one that's gotten clean air to get us started. 117.255 makes him the fastest man on track. He's a little bit further back right now, P4 or so. As you're looking now at those highlighter pink gloves, making it very easy for us to see. It has been an absolute melee in the mid-pack to get us open. That has been to the delight of this man right here, the Las Vegas kid, Alec Daninsky, has put nearly 2.5 seconds on Yowski, Bernatowitz and company.
I was going to say, I believe the first battle on track is going to be for about P7 or P8, and then looking back in the mid-pack, I mean, it is every man for themselves. We're going to have a side-by-side heading into Popeye. Looks like it's going to be a move around the outside. I believe he's going to pull it off.
Kruger
That
on
is
the inside of it. Looked like Sawyer Kidd, or that might have been Isaac Nelson. It was the 16. So that'll be,
for
it
P14,
looks to be,
I believe.
looks like Lucas Kruger up into P15. And we check in once again with our biggest mover, Calvin Bennett, up 13 positions and cycling you through the field as, yes, out in front, it's gotten a little bit more pacifist, if you will, but you've still got 2-3 wide racing just a little bit further back in the pack. And crucially, Dino, only 10 laps in this main event. You need to make moves. If you have pace, you need to prove it immediately. And Bennett up double digits in positions, exactly what he's needed to do.
I was going to say, I don't think it'll be walking away with any kind of paycheck, but still an incredible story to tell no matter what. But out in front, it's all 702 with Alec Daninsky. That gap doesn't really seem to be going down as Daninsky is setting an outright fast as Sector 1 and still a very, very good Sector 2. I'm not sure if there's even going to be enough time if these guys start working together to catch the Nevadan.
A little bit of sand going up into the air tells us there's been an excursion somewhere, but the question is where specifically. We'll try and find out. This is the battle for the bubble here as man Takagi sends that thing into Popeye. Scandinavian flick just absolutely throws the car into the penultimate corner. And just again, we talked about it, so much weight you need to throw around this track. The only way you can really do a good turn in is if it all happens as quick as possible.
But you have to make sure that even if you do that big entry, that big input into the corner, you must be sure that you can have that wheel straight on the exit, make sure all that torque is getting going forward as opposed to going to the sides. As the battle for 14th, I believe this is, continues to rage on. These guys aren't giving up.
Nelson with the nose just barely ahead of Kidd, it looks like. And a spot we're very used to seeing overtakes here, primarily in KA 100. In Champions of the Future, textbook stuff from Kidd as the Portland Kid continues to move forward. He is up 6 positions as well. Handful of very big movers here. Obviously, we talked about Calvin Bennett up 12 spots. You also have Alex Riccola up 8. I think most notably, though, CJ Arabia up 8 positions from the start and closing that gap crucially. Purple in Sector 2. He could very much work his way into the mix as well. Little bit of a...
They're trying. You got...
Ooh, issue there further back, the 18. Nearly went into the wall, it looked like.
And so everyone's doing their best Kyle Larson impressions, apparently. But I will say, it seems as though the only person that might be able to catch Alec is CJ Arabia. That the lap times do not lie. A 17.4, nearly 7/10 quicker than Alec Daninsky. This race is short, but it's not over just yet.
Last lap, CJ Arabia, 17.411. Christopher Yautzi, 118.946. No bones about it. The fight is on, and you look a little bit further back to the 21 of Sawyer Kidd. The fight is still very much on with him as Isaac Nelson continues to go at it. Again, this battle just for the outside of the top 15. No cash being given out here, but for sure, if these two continue to go at it, could be a battle we could be talking about for a very long time. Of course, the minute I say that, Sawyer Kidd looking to get a little bit of clean nose to the front of the 20. To the front of the 21 and is looking to finally build a gap. And now finally, at lap 6, it feels like we can take a deep breath.
And as we say that, we got a battle for P2. Of course, not to waste any second. I believe this is Yautzi versus Arabia. Like I said, I believe Arabia is probably the only person that could catch our leader in Caden Daninsky. Looks like that fight has been done and dusted. Moves CJ Arabia up into P2 as our scoring goes ahead and resets itself. Oh, big head. I love seeing Takagi do that sideways head duck. I don't know if it's really working or doing anything, but it looks cool if nothing else.
It absolutely looks cool. 3-cart battle here, as it is indeed Calvin Bennett, Connor Wooten, and George Gaston. Was that a move around the outside? It looked like it was maybe an attempt there.
No, he's just running wide, trying to get all that there is to get.
Oh,
big
late
mistake.
Lunge. And you can see the slap of the steering wheel there from Gaston. He overcooked it.
I was going to say
the hairpin.
I think maybe Gaston thinks he got some help, and unfortunately the replay will tell a different tale when he gets back. Still, this is the battle for which position are we thinking?
This is now up into P12. That's Connor Wooten and Calvin Bennett.
I was going to say there's no shortage of effort being given by these drivers, even if you're fighting, on the duller end of the grid, so to speak. Still a lot to fight for: pride, ego, and some good stories to tell when you go back to home.
For sure. 3 laps to go, and man, with the chaos, with the action, with the battles, this U.S. Teen A main for the Nationals has gone by in the blink of an eye, and that is mainly thanks to this hard charge forward from Calvin Bennett, as the kid from Boston, Massachusetts has continued to give us an absolute clinic. 13 positions gained and change. This could be the move for P2, nearly around the outside. Christian Yautzi trying to make that move. CJ Arabia to the inside through the Ds. Can Yautzi find a way to hold off? He's got the outside. No, Arabia to the inside. This is a move for P2, and it's a done deal.
I'll tell you what, it's a shame that this race isn't any longer, because I think we could have had an incredible race between CJ Arabia and Daninsky, but you got to give it to the Las Vegas driver. He did the time in qualifying. You got to give yourself the opportunity to catch breaks like this when your fastest competition seems to be a bit buried. I think, unfortunately, the battle for the podium is probably done and dusted, but the battle for P4 is probably not too far away.
So again, lime green helmet here. 27 of Kason Kolyar just making that phenomenal move on Alexander Takagi. That's another one of our Nevada drivers and one of the lone Arkansas drivers there just making the move. His first move of the day, matter of fact. Let's look a little bit further up. Bottom step of the podium, Patrick Bernick-Towitz. And that is not pink gloves for the behind. I think that's Mason Lee just behind in the number 45. Looks to be the case. Look at him jumping on the axle, trying to get as much weight off the back of that go-kart as possible. But already we have reached the white flag, and what a clinic it has been from the Las Vegas kid, Alec Daninsky, with 7 seconds and change on the field.
Yeah, look at that lean. Look at him lean over in the S's. That's somebody. Somebody's gotten in his ear. That is wonderful technique there from the Las Vegas driver. A clinic, once again, did the job when he needed to in practice, gave himself the front row, got out to that lead and never looked back.
One of the top drivers from Challenge GP in the state of Nevada, has been stone cold consistent. Whether it was yesterday during free practice, he knew exactly what he wanted in this go-kart, and it looks like he hit jackpot in what he wanted in the main event. It was everybody throwing everything they could at him at the beginning of the race, but nobody was able to get to the heels of one of the fastest kids we've seen in the teens. One more corner and he will be good to go. And for the first time, the Silver State will be on top at the K1 national level. Checkered flag is out. Alec Daninsky, your K1 national champion in 2026.
Let's go. Repping the 702. Congratulations to Alec. We'll go ahead and get down there and give him an interview. It looks like everybody's going to come across the line A-OK. Great battles throughout the field. Very respectful driving, a little bit aggressive there in the first two laps. But ultimately, as Jackson said, the Silver State will reign supreme. We'll have your full results coming up here in just a second. My blood pressure is through the roof. That was an incredible race, even still fighting to the very death through Popeye. Here we go, looking at the results. Alec Daninsky, your 2026 U.S. Teens Champion. A phenomenal drive for CJ Arabia. Up 9 spots, a race of what could have been for the West Nyack driver, just not going to be the result that he would want. And then Patrick Bertanowicz comes home in P3. He will represent the bronze step of the podium. Mason Lee and Jaden Brooks cap off your top 10 or your top 5. An incredible accomplishment for all those drivers. Towards the duller end of the grid, Ethan Kolb, Jude Vicknair, Greg Marks, Thomas McIntosh, Lucas Kruger, Charlie Carty, Alan Sterling, Jackson Holder. Unfortunately, not all jackpots for the Las Vegas natives, but a phenomenal race. And we'll send it down to Jackson here in just a moment to speak to your podium finishers.
One of the most chaotic teen finals to get us started here. And Alec, I'll let you get your helmet off here so we can get the interview started and we can get the party started. You talk about one of the most chaotic starts to a K1 main event, and no one getting the most of the riches from it more than Alec. But he walks away, gets Nevada on top for the first time in K1 history. It was chaotic to get the start. You were the big winner from it. You ran away with it. Talk to me about that race.
It was really fun. I got the advantage by just getting a really good start, getting good off the line, and I just tried my best to get the best time I could. Let second and third battle it out, so I could pull away as much as I could.
Who do you want to thank for making this possible?
I want to thank my family, my mom, my dad, and Fast Tech Racing.
Congrats, buddy.
Thank you.
We'll keep it going here. CJ Arabia, you pedaled with all your might to make it happen, but you made some big moves out there on track still to get on the podium. Talk to me about that race.
I mean, it's crazy. Last year, I was starting in the same position of 11th, and I got wrecked first lap down to 22nd. Made it back up to 5th, and I knew I could do it this year. I knew I could do it, and this car got me there this year. Last year I had the 25, this year I had the 52, and I was able to get up to 2nd from the 11th. So, make some good moves.
So what I'm hearing is we need to get you in the 502 next year to win this thing.
Yeah, they got to make a 502 car just for me.
Sounds good to me. Congrats, CJ.
Thank you.
One more interview here. Patrick Brenatowitz on podium for the second time here. And again, a lot of big battles there for P3. Talk to me about that race.
Yeah, I had a good start, picked up a position, but then kind of fell back, didn't have the pace, lost a position, was back and forth where I started, and then really from there I didn't think there was any hopes for a podium. I thought I was going to come home in 4th, but I mean the last lap, what a heartbreak for the guy in 3rd. I don't know if it was a kart issue or what happened there, but I mean well deserved to him too, but yeah, lucky race for me, I guess.
Who do you want to thank for making this possible?
I want to thank my parents for coming out here. My biggest sponsors, my only sponsors, frankly. They're the best. So much thanks to them. And all my friends. Aiden Lake, they're here from Buffalo Grove too. Awesome job to him. And just want to thank everyone back at home in Buffalo Grove for, providing an awesome facility.
Congrats, Pat.
Thank you.
Dino.
I don't think we could have been treated to a better show. Shame for CJ Arabia, but ultimately, as you said, the Silver State reigns supreme. We're going to go to commercial break very quickly. We have podiums on the other side. Don't you dare go away. Got a lot more of that coming up later on.
Another Kart Chaser Driver Fitness episode with me, Chris G. Today, I'm going to show you how to protect those ribs in the seat. We're doing core. Exercise number 1 is the bench leg raise. Controlled all the way down, full range of motion. Make sure you pick up that tailbone off the pad. Coming down, controlling. Great for the lower abdomen area and obliques. Floor slider mountain climbers, exercise number 2. Exercise number 3, the plate-loaded decline bench sit-up. I'll see you guys on the next episode of Chris G Coaching, race-ready training that carries into real life. That's what we do.
Are you ready to get behind the wheel? From Formula One to NASCAR and IndyCar, all the pros start here. For more information, check us out online at mcckarting.com or call us and go racing today.
The K1 Circuit Semi-Pro League. This is a competitive race series with 2 classes. Junior Series for those who are under the age of 18, and the Senior Series for those who are 18 or older. If you think you have what it takes, come out and prove your skills on League Night. Both schedules are live on the K1 Circuit website. Your Kart Chaser live feed will resume shortly.
Karting isn't just speed. It's control, precision, freedom. At Atlanta Motorsport Park, Kart Freedom isn't just a team. It's where drivers are made.
Looks like we're missing the engine. What the hell am I supposed to tag?
What do you mean? It's my Greyhound. It's all I need.
Where's the rest of it?
It doesn't matter. It's a Greyhound.
You're gonna make weight. Okay, you're good.
Sitting by here with Kyle, our race winner. Tell me how you did it. You were blazing fast out there, and I mean, you don't even have a go-kart, man. Tell me about it.
Yeah, you know, Norberg, Schmorberg, the Greyhound-powered Greyhound was great today. You know, it makes the difference. And the team's been working really hard back at the shop, and, you know, just shout out Greyhound.
Thank you, Kyle.
Hey guys, I'm Chris G. I'm Kart Chaser's driver fitness coach, and today I'm gonna give you 3 tips on how to strengthen your shoulders for more endurance and better stability in the kart. Here we go. Okay, so exercise number 1 is the front rope pull-through cable raises. Okay, now, this is the upright cable row. What you are doing here is you're picking a straight bar, as you see, and we're working the side areas of our shoulders, the medial. Exercise number 3, the dumbbell shrugs. As you guys can tell, I like to pause at the top before releasing. It's great for your strength, for that wheel stability. It's great for those shoulders and that upper back area. Chris G coaching, race-ready training that carries into real life. That's what we do here. See you on the next one.
Welcome to the future of kart race preparation. Kart Sim Pro North America. Featuring laser-scanned North American kart circuits and precision-tuned kart physics developed using real telemetry, dyno and tyre data, Kart Sim Pro North America delivers the most advanced and realistic kart simulation experience available today. Whether you're training for race day, refining your lines, or shaving tenths off your personal best, Kart Sim Pro gives you pro-level insight without leaving your home. Trusted by world champions, coaches and karting enthusiasts alike, this is where virtual practice translates into real-world performance. Experience the thrill, the challenge and the edge. Kart Sim Pro North America, use code CHASER20 to get 20% off today.
The K1 Circuit Semi-Pro League. This is a competitive race series with 2 classes. Junior Series for those who are under the age of 18, and the Senior Series for those who are 18 or older. If you think you have what it takes, come out and prove your skills on League Night. Both schedules are live on the K1 Circuit website. Your Kart Chaser live feed will resume shortly.
wins the Wisconsin Grand Prix. James Overbeck on start number 2 gets win number 1 in OKN Stars.
On track or off, Brandon Jarsekrak Racing delivers elite performance. Led by 4-time Pro National Champion Brandon Jarsekrak, our team masters driver coaching, data-driven analysis, and mechanical precision at every national event. Contact us today at BrandonJarsekrakRacing.com.
Hey, what's up, Caleb?
What's up, Brandon?
You sound defeated. A long day at the office?
Yeah, got stuck at a cat food marketing meeting for like 3 hours. I don't know a thing about cat food, and I don't even work in marketing. And then I got sent on a coffee run like I was some sort of intern. Then at the end of the day, when I went to go get gas, I just realized everything is so darn expensive nowadays, man.
Yeah, you got that right.
Like, do you have any idea how much we're spending on Netflix?
That's like $20 a month.
Do you know how much we're spending on cable?
That's like $50 a month.
But you know what isn't expensive?
Tell me.
Kart Chaser Premium. For only $9.99 a month, you can watch all the American karting action live from coast to coast. Subscribe and become a member today.
Nyack, New York, CJ Arabia! Up 9 positions to get himself back on the podium. And for the first time, bringing a national championship to the Silver State, coming from Las Vegas, your winner in U.S. Teens, Alex Duninsky! Had a gap, built a gap, and put 7 seconds on this field. Guys, big smiles, lift those trophies nice and high for me. Thank you, guys. You guys are all good to go. And, of course, that just means you guys get your tickets punched to the World Finals. That'll be coming up here in just a little bit. And we'll take a breather. We'll be back here shortly from K1 Circuit in Winchester.
Cat food marketing.
Dude, Caleb, wake up. Dude, we're live in 5 minutes. Let's go. Come on. What are you doing?
Dude, I'm so sorry. Xander had me in a cat food marketing meeting till like 2 a.m. last night.
Come on, man.
Do you have anything I can drink?
Dude, I got the perfect thing for you. Perico. It's a healthy energy drink alternative.
Perico, non-GMO, gluten-free, kosher, magnesium, B12, B6,
Yeah, it's good.
B5, biotin, and 0 sugar? Pericazo! Try Perico, made with natural ingredients, organic caffeine, and supports your metabolism. Try the new official energy drink of Kart Chaser.
Alrighty, folks, podium ceremonies continuing here at K1 Circuit in Winchester. We're going to meet your junior podiums after they went to battle just adjacent to us, the little barrier track out there. Let's meet your national champions. In third place, Calvin Poltrack. Coming home in second place, back on the podium, Race Palumbo. And your K1E national champion for 2026 in the juniors, James Spann. The stars of the future already exist, and we've just gotten you the telescope. Boys, lift those trophies nice and high for me. Big smiles for all the cameras down there on the grass. Thank you, guys. Let's hear it one more time for your junior podium. Thank you, guys. Plenty of action to come here as we'll crown our world champions coming up here at K1.
Legacies aren't built overnight. They're built 1 second at a time. Never taking a lap off, and always pushing the limits. K1, helping you build your legacy from the beginning.
Kyle, what are you doing?
It's got my new Greyhound seat.
You don't even have a cart.
Doesn't matter. I have a Greyhound.
Who the f is Kyle Cuthbertson? Doesn't even have a go-kart.
Doesn't matter.
Cuthbertson through on Turney. Turney in the dirt.
Macron Motorsports builds champions every day. Drivers who won on the world stage. The Tillotson T4 Series is pure spec racing. Same engine, same chassis. When you win, it's because you were the best that day. Your edge is not the kart. It's the setup, the strategy, and the race team. With our Arrive and Drive program, you simply bring your gear, we provide the equipment and the championship-winning support to every event. Stop wrenching, start racing. Your path to the T4 Nations Cup in Spain starts with us. For more information, contact us at macronmotorsports.net.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. It is the World Teens Qualifier #1 on the books here. After a very exciting U.S. Teens race, all of our podium guys get to jump straight back into go-karts and go straight against the best drivers in the world for K1. I am Dino. I have been rejoined by my partner in crime in Jackson. Jackson, what do we have on the up next for us?
Let me catch my breath here, Dino.
No.
We hit the reset button. We go back to qualifying, only this time, instead of doing it for the national stage, we do it for the world stage. So it is all of our national guys, just like we've seen earlier during our 3 practice sessions. However, they are joined by our 3 podium sitters, and the qualifying, it is just like what we saw earlier on, 2 different rounds of qualifying. They'll get 2 different go-karts, and this will be a little bit closer. You gotta wait for the time to get across the track, buddy. You might be able to make it there. But here we go, qualifying underway. Santiago Bermuda Sobrino going to be the first one out on track. And Dino, it feels like we learned a lot in just a very short amount of time. The first time we've really seen wheel-to-wheel racing that was meaningful, it was chaotic. What was your main takeaways there from our first real wheel-to-wheel heat?
Don't fight wheel-to-wheel. Don't fight wheel-to-wheel and get whatever go-kart CJ Arabia had. I will say, I really like this lean that our winner from the U.S. Teams race did in Alec Daninsky. It is getting some North Thrones here. But I'm surprised that I don't see very many other people do that. I think if there are any adults racing tomorrow, I think absolutely take note of what Alec Daninsky is doing through the SS with the Formal-esque lean to try to hike that inside tire. Very impressive stuff to see a youngster have that kind of tech. I know I feel, what's up, my fellow kids? But very impressive to see that, and I wonder if any other drivers will adopt that kind of style.
So Alec Daninsky from Las Vegas, CJ Arabia from West Nyack, and Patrick Bernatowicz from Buffalo Grove join this league of international talent as we will try to set the grid in what I believe is our field of 12 or 13 cars here for the main event.
And do you want to know something really interesting about that last race that you might not have caught? CJ Arabia had a puncture.
Really?
He had a flat tire. His car has been taken to the woodshed. So a very impressive performance, and I wonder
on the podium with a puncture, 9 positions up,
catching the leader as well. So keep an eye on Mr. Arabia, but we'll see what he can do here in the international qualifier number 1.
I know we got some people from pro karting watching. Get that kid a contract. Get that kid in a KA as soon as possible. We got to see what that kid can do. Absolutely. 6 minutes to go in qualifying 1. Maxime Yurish quickest right now, 118.699. Then it's Joshua Gomez, who again is trying to go back-to-back podiums here for Mexico. Could be asking for a little bit more. He hasn't quite had that front-running pace just yet, single lap. But you look at how he's been previously in past years. One of the best guys, has a little bit of outdoor karting experience, both electric and a handful of wheel-to-wheel stuff, doing 2- and 4-stroke stuff. So very, very skilled, knows his way around this racetrack, knows his way of how to get around other drivers as well.
Yeah, as mentioned, as before, the tires only have about 2 or 3 good laps in them. Got to make sure you get those fast ones in as Yarich goes back to the top as he improves to an 18.2. With the track being this hot, that is a stunker of a lap.
Track is hot. Feel like the batteries are getting a little bit overheated as well. So trying to do everything they can to cool down the batteries. But Canada, America, and now Mexico up into P2 as Joshua Gomez responds. And you get the feeling, if this is anything like what we did earlier on today, this opening qualifying is going to be very, very important. And really, Q2 is just, if you feel like you had a bad go-kart, you get that opportunity to maybe put in a couple laps. Granted, the time difference between Q1 and Q2, handful of hours, right? So the track was night and day in terms of difference. This will be back-to-back, so they'll have a better opportunity. They'll re-roll on the go-karts. But, I mean, do we think it's going to be that much of a difference here session to session?
It might. I mean, I would say the biggest thing would be, can these drivers catch a cloud? If we can just get a little bit of cloud cover, and you wind up with the right go-kart, that could be upwards of what I've heard, at least 3/10, maybe even more, if you can really put that lap together. I think it's still largely down to that squishy bundle of cells behind the steering wheel. But largely, as Mackensen goes up to P2 at a 0.4, at an 18.4, it's largely going to come down to the drivers. Back-to-back sessions, essentially the same. Just got to make sure you put that lap together.
Yurish quickest, and then Dylan Mackensen going to make it 1-2 provisionally for Canada. This guy's been jumping on the axle all day long. I was going to say that was Patrick Brenatowicz. No, that's the cue ball. That's the 35, Josh Gomez. So many of these guys have been doing exactly that off of the corner. I'm not sure how much it's really helping in that sense. If it's an absolute stop-start of a corner, absolutely, you got to jump on that axle, try and free it up. But that's a high-speed corner. Maybe you could get a tenth or two.
I mean, hey, if you got the energy, get what you can. You know, there's a lot of money on the line. There's a lot of marbles on the table. So you got to make sure that you get everything out of it. And the last thing you want to do is not put forth that extra effort. And who knows, maybe that's the difference between starting on pole and starting outside of row 1 or outside of row 2. Bad look. So got to make sure that you get everything that you absolutely can. Yeah, he's pumping every chance that he can get. I like the effort. Don't know if it's going to really matter for lap time though.
Wait and see. I mean, it's clearly working to an
and
extent, right? 'Cause he's in the top
this.
10. He's getting his butt off the seat on corner exit, then going into corners. He's ducking the head. He's doing everything he can to really stretch these legs and try to get the best Q1 time humanly possible. 2.5 minutes on the clock. And again, we've reached that kind of stalemate here because it looks like these lap times at this point in the session, they just don't want to come down. So many of these guys, again, like we're seeing with Jesh, just doing everything they can to bring it down. But the tires have had about all they really want in terms of lap pace. And again, the heat of the track right now, not really doing anyone any favors in maybe getting some last couple tenths, couple hundredths.
Yeah, I'm surprised as well to see Patrick down in P9. I would have expected him to be up there fighting at least for the front 2 rows, and currently sitting, I believe, in position number 9, 2.3 seconds off the ultimate time of an 18.2. So surprising to see some of the people that we thought, at least I certainly thought, looked almost invincible in their own qualifiers for the USA group. Maybe having a bit of a tougher time here in this international qualifier.
We'll give a fond hello to all of our Kart Chaser premium viewers who are coming and tuning in as the grassroots stuff start to wrap up their day, whether you're tuning in after the MCC Pro-Am Series or, of course, TSRS wrapping up at NOLA. We welcome you as we start to set the field here for the big one for the teens. First of second qualifying rounds. And again, it'll be a re-roll of the go-karts for the guys who think they're slow, for the guys who maybe think they got a little bit extra. But for the guys out in front right now, for Maxim Yurish, for Dylan Makinsaw, and for Alec Daninsky, they want to keep the good times going here into Q2. Should be the white flag provisionally this time by. Look at this, a little bit of drafting going on right now. I want to say this is Concha Alvarez out in front. Now, looks to be Christian Velez further back. You want to talk about guys that we were expecting to be at the sharp end that aren't right now. Your defending champion, not just in the mid-pack, but losing positions right now. Santiago Bermudez Sabrino now going up into P7. Christian Velez all the way down into P8.
And also CJ Arabia. You guys can't see it, but I see purple for our P2 finisher, Mr. Puncture, maybe I should call him, maybe something like that. But potentially a good lap cooking here for Mr. Arabia. We'll see if he can finish it out. Looks like it's going to be, somebody just completely missed the last corner. Looks like we'll see. Will it be an improvement or not?
Nothing from either Makinsaw or Daninsky. Checkered flag coming out. Maxim goes quickest in Sector 3. Good enough for a 128.258. That's not enough to improve. CJ Arabia gets that lap he was looking for. He does improve, and provisionally that'll be good enough for row 2. But still, it's Yurish, Makinsing, and Alec that are just nowhere near the rest of this field right now. CJ Arabia is trying to get in that conversation. Then you look back, Jesh Gomez, Julian Concha Alvarez, and Santiago Bermudez, as Christian Velez is going to really hope he's got a better kart or can find something here in Q2.
I was going to say the lottery, this is only one of 2. He will have a chance in a different go-kart, but definitely surprising. Definitely would have expected him to see him inside that top 5, that 6/10 bubble where all of our top 5 drivers currently sit. So got some work to do in the second one.
Here's how they line up after Q1. Canada 1-2, pair of Americans, a triad of Mexicans, and then the whole mix of everybody else joining us here from overseas. We'll step aside for just a moment, let these guys get in the go-karts, but this action only building up to the World Finals. Don't you dare close that tab. It's the World Finals here from K1 Circuit Winchester.
is ours and we seize it. Haters, man, they got reasons. Grab the moment, we freeze it. Go to the touch, all what a rush. Follow your heart, homie, go with the love. Let it rain, let it flow, let it flood. Swimming in good vibrations, it's a celebration. It's the liberation of everything we are. Every time you in the clouds, they gon' try to bring you down. Do not let them try, go ahead and get it, get it, get it, get it.
Are you stuck with your kart racing? Not sure the ideal kart setup? Or going to a track for the first time? Well, Kart Class has the answers for you. Our online portal has a wealth of experience and knowledge to help your kart racing. From kart setup advice to track guides that are targeted specifically to your circuit, or the driver coaching aspect with mindset, racecraft and driving techniques. If you want to take your karting to the next level, visit us at kartclass.com.
Are you looking to take the next step in your racing journey? Well, look no further than PitFit.
With 2 locations in Charlotte, North Carolina and Indianapolis, Indiana, PitFit trains drivers all the way from grassroots level karting to IndyCar and NASCAR with top-of-the-line personalized coaching to improve physical and cognitive fitness.
For more information on programs, check out PitFit on Instagram or Facebook today.
Empire Karts, your trusted trackside kart specialist, proudly supporting champions of the Future America Series, West Coast karting teams, and racers. Empire Karts, your trackside solution.
Champions aren't just born on the kart track. At SimShop, we deliver professional-grade simulators with the best performance-to-price ratio in the industry. Founded by racers who understand what you need, our SimMagic and Moza equipment is powerful enough for the pros, yet affordable for everyone. With unmatched customer support and a thriving community, we're your racing partner. Visit simshop.com today.
K1 Circuit, the world's greatest outdoor karting facility, is now open. Open karting and rental session schedules are available online. Rentals will resume today after the race event at 5 p.m. Thanks to Kart Chaser for live streaming the event at K1 Circuit, your coverage will resume shortly.
Another Kart Chaser driver fitness episode with me, Chris G. Today, I'm going to show you how to protect those ribs in the seat. We're doing core. Exercise number 1 is the bench leg raise. Controlled all the way down, full range of motion. Make sure you pick up that tailbone off the pad. Coming down, controlling. Great for the lower abdomen area and obliques. Floor slider mountain climbers, exercise number 2. Exercise number 3, the plate-loaded decline bench sit-up. I'll see you guys on the next episode of Chris G Coaching, race-ready training that carries into real life. That's what we do.
Are you ready to get behind the wheel? From Formula One to NASCAR and IndyCar, all the pros start here. For more information, check us out online at mcckarting.com or call us and go racing today.
The K1 Circuit Semi-Pro League. This is a competitive race series with 2 classes. Junior Series for those who are under the age of 18, and the Senior Series for those who are 18 or older. If you think you have what it takes, come out and prove your skills on League Night. Both schedules are live on the K1 Circuit website. Your Kart Chaser live feed will resume shortly.
Karting isn't just speed. It's control, precision, freedom. At Atlanta Motorsport Park, Kart Freedom isn't just a team. It's where drivers are made.
Let's go race.
Come on, man.
Gee, looks like we're missing the engine. What the hell am I supposed to tap?
What do you mean? It's my Greyhound. It's all I need.
Where's the rest of it?
It doesn't matter. It's a Greyhound.
You gotta make way. Okay, you're good.
Sitting by here with Kyle, our race winner. Tell me how you did it. You were blazing fast out there, and I mean, you don't even have a go-kart, man. Tell me about it.
Yeah, you know, Norberg, Schmorberg, the Greyhound-powered Greyhound was great today. You know, it makes the difference. And the team's been working really hard back at the shop, and, you know, just shout out Greyhound.
Thank you, Kyle.
Hey guys, I'm Chris G. I'm Kart Chaser's driver fitness coach, and today I'm going to give you 3 tips on how to strengthen your shoulders for more endurance and better stability in the kart. Here we go. Okay, so exercise number 1 is the front rope pull-through cable raises. Okay, now this is the upright cable row. What you are doing here is you're picking a straight bar, as you see, and we're working the side areas of our shoulders, the medial. Exercise number 3, the dumbbell shrugs. As you guys can tell, I like to pause at the top before releasing. It's great for your strength, for that wheel stability. It's great for those shoulders and that upper back area. Chris G coaching, race-ready training that carries into real life. That's what we do here. See you on the next one.
Welcome to the future of kart race preparation. Kart Sim Pro North America. Featuring laser-scanned North American kart circuits and precision-tuned kart physics developed using real telemetry, dyno and tyre data, Kart Sim Pro North America delivers the most advanced and realistic kart simulation experience available today. Whether you're training for race day, refining your lines, or shaving tenths off your personal best, Kart Sim Pro gives you pro-level insight without leaving your home. Trusted by world champions, coaches and karting enthusiasts alike, this is where virtual practice translates into real-world performance. Experience the thrill, the challenge, and the edge. Kart Sim Pro North America. Use code CHASER20 to get 20% off today.
reigning team champion Christian Velez. You looked really strong in the morning here. Felt like you might have been missing a little bit something here during Q1. What's it going to take to get up front here for Q2?
At this point, just luck getting the good kart, but hopefully we can make something out of this kart. I know I can do it, but just luck.
I know you're not here as much as some of the guys who are out here in California. How many laps in today did it take for you to really feel like you remembered this place?
Yeah, I've been here. I'm not been here since last year, but a couple of sessions, and I feel like I'm in the right spot. Just need the good kart, and we'll get it done.
I'll let you strap in here. Have fun.
Thank you.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, for the International Qualifier Numero Dos. Numero Dos. I am Dino. I will be joined once again by Jackson very, very shortly. I'll hold down the fort until he runs back up here. Some good cardio. It's a good little staircase that they got going up here. Do a little two-step. Two boot, scoot, and boogie, blah, 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 blah. It's go time. So, 45 kart out track on first. That is Bermudez, Sobrino, Santiago. No, Santiago. Bermudez, Sobrino. My dearest apologies. But, yeah, it's a 8-minute session. Starts when the first car crosses the line. We'll be getting going here for the teens, the world teens, here very shortly. Can only assume we're looking for about an 18.5. It seems to be about the benchmark. We'll see if the two flying Canadians can lock out the front row once more, or if any of the other international flavors decide to make an appearance here, and hopefully what should be a more fortuitous roll of the dice for their go-karts. Yeah, looks like the winds have picked up quite a little bit. I think they're about to peak at about 10 mile an hour, going straight up the front straightaway. So a crosswind here should help turn the kart in for this final corner. Now we go a straight tailwind up into Rocky Moran as Jackson has come to save me from being the solo host. Welcome back.
Dude, you're doing great. I don't know what you're talking about. You know what I forgot? Actually, Christian Velez won last week Florida Karting Championship. So coming off of a win in the outdoor stuff, trying to carry that momentum here. Obviously, as you heard, not entirely thrilled with how his kart was looking here in Q1, but hopefully getting a reroll in something that's a little bit more competitive. Rami Rodriguez splits, getting things started right now. CJ Arabia quickest in Sector 1 as well. Americans could be looking a little bit stronger here to get us started. But Dino, I'll say this after being outside here for a little bit, it doesn't feel super bad out. I wish I had the temp gun out right now so we could get a full, look at just how hot the track is right now. Ambient-wise, doesn't seem too bad.
Which is surprising because this is the hottest it's going to be all day. It's 84
for sure.
degrees Fahrenheit. For my non-Freedom unit users, I believe that's about 25?
24, 25.
Somewhere in there. So relatively warm, but still nothing too crazy. As the
K1 Circuit Semi-Pro League. This is a competitive race series with two classes. Junior Series for those who are under the age of 18, and the Senior Series for those who are 18 or older. If you think you have what it...
We're back, and my expectations have been completely shattered. CJ Arabia, Mr. Puncture with a 17.6. In these conditions, that is a monstrous lap. Maybe they turned up the juice on these karts just a little bit. An 18.0 from Patrick, but I'm not sure anyone's beaten that 17.6.
You can see how much that chassis is binded up, too. He's struggling to rotate the kart. Oh, locked it up big time there, going into the second hairpin. I think that was the rears, maybe? I mean, it's got to be the rears if it's swapping ends like that. But, man, what was looking to be a really good lap, mind you, was purple in Sector 1 and Sector 2.
No.
Threw it out the window there, nearly backed it into the second hairpin.
Channeling his inner Sonny Hayes, the F1 movie, the jabs at the wheel, but thankfully was able to save it. We'll continue on. I just worry about maybe those tires are now a little bit too warm. Probably seen the best days. We'll see if he can regroup and bring it back. But still, 5 minutes to go in this session. Anything is possible.
And we are indeed below the 18s. Again, 17.689 the time to beat right now from Arabia. Patrick Bernatowicz getting there right now, second best, 18.16, then an 18.668 from Sebastian Espinoza. Man, this has been a very big reshuffle. And look at this, American 1, 2, 3 now. Another flyer of a lap from Alex Daninsky. Gets him up a 118.146. That's barely beating out his American teammate. And then, of course, it seesaws the other way now because Bernatowicz gets his way back up into P2. 17.777. 2 karts breaking that 18 barrier.
There's a bald eagle screaming somewhere, ladies and gentlemen. Can you hear it? We're 1, 2, 3 at the moment with all the international flair and international talent that we have. Looks like Velez has picked it up as well. Still 1.5 seconds off that 17.6 second marker. It's funny, just a second ago, it's like, oh, if you can do a sub 18.5, that'd be a great lap. And now that mark has been completely shattered. And Patrick is P2 as well. Only 8, essentially 900ths off of that marker. So the Stars and Stripes are coming in strong here in the second session.
Canada, Puerto Rico, then Mexico right behind him. And it is indeed Christian Velez we're watching just come across the stripe here, 119.714. Felt like he needed something a little bit more mechanically to be in contention here. And critically, we've seen a couple of the American guys running in bunches, at least maybe getting a little bit of help from the slipstream. Christian Velez is a lone wolf here coming out of the hairpin into D2.
Yeah, you gotta have buddies. You know, the Ricky Bobby and Cal Naughton Juniors. Sometimes these guys, you know, they think they can do it by themselves, but with how strong this wind is, as we have a new purple time of CJ Arabia at a 17.599, the Stars and Stripes are absolutely flying.
Second best after that is the Canadian Sebastian Espinoza Mieja, but it is a very significant gap, half a second and change between himself and Daninsky. And if we're watching the two Canadians right now, we're the lone Canadian there. That's the 23 of, I want to say, Fernando Davila, and that looks like a little bit of a blockage there for Bernatowicz. Goes to the inside of turn number 8. That'll be quick work, but that will be a slight disruption for Bernatowicz's lap. No improvement in Sector 1, just coming to the line here at the end of Sector 2. Let's see if he's got any improvement. Not the case, but looking at the temperature gun, Manager Dave Royce just handed me the temp gun, 131-ish out there. No bueno for the tires.
Toasty. You know, I mean, black absorbs all the light and all that heat,
right.
so it's a giant radiant sponge. And I will say, my favorite helmet thus far this weekend goes to Suleiman Himo. But I will say, Bernatowicz is close second. That is a beautiful helmet. Whoever did that helmet, give me a phone call.
White and gold. It's kind of hard to tell, but he's got a Porsche visor sticker just on the top as well. Simple, clean. We've seen a lot of really good designs as well. We'll give the flowers as well to Fernando Davila, because that ruby red has been very easy for us to spot in the booth as well. But that is a damn good looking helmet there. And of course, any little differences there from the cue balls and the plain black helmets make things a little bit easier for us in the booth for picking out the drivers, especially in a event where obviously we're all running very familiar, almost identical go-karts. So again, makes things just a little bit easier for us to pick out our drivers we're looking for. Just a bit under 2 minutes to go here in C2, or Q2. CJ Arabia still your quickest right now, 17.599. Bernatowicz, Daninsky, and then still Mieja Espinoza behind for Canada. Puerto Rico's Christian Velez, and Canada's Dylan Mockinsing. And again, it actually feels like, I'm not sure if we had any times in Q1 in the 17s. I'm not sure. So that's interesting. And now you start to wonder, with the track temp being still for sure in that neighborhood, you start to wonder where we're seeing those times come down, how we're seeing those times come down.
Yeah, and I want to make another point that the mechanics for these karts have been working day and night, making sure that they are as even as possible. There were a lot of critiques last year that maybe some drivers just happen to get lucky with the kart lottery. For sure that you can only get them so close, but I want to make sure everybody at home understands that everything has been done to make sure that this is as level of a playing field as possible. But seemingly the Americans have found something that nobody else has thus far.
Big slides there through turn number 8. That looked like Espinoza Mieja through turn 8. And again, we knew that these guys needed to throw these karts into entry in the more acute corners to try and get that rotated. But for the long sweepers, not necessarily Rocky Moran, but for turn 8 for the S's, you're scrubbing off a lot of speed there. And when you're trying to keep things as open as possible, that could be crucial in maintaining your momentum.
And as we saw in the previous, or in the U.S. final, track position seems to be, it's not the be-all end-all, but it's good to have it if you can get it. And I mean, right now, I believe with the format that we have, it's going to be an All-American top 3 followed by the 2 Canadians. Largely, I think we'll see I would hope that the nations would play nice with one another, the inter-nation rivalry as well. So, it's not the be-all end-all. We'll see what happens with the kart lottery, but certainly the Americans making a statement of intent.
Checkered flag is out for the last of the World Teen Qualifiers. CJ Arabia taking the checkered flag, 1:17.599. Pat Bernatowicz not able to get there just yet. Just comes to the line there in that orange suit. Will settle for P2. Alec Daninsky coming to the line as well. You still got from 4th on back trying to work their way in. Davila not going to improve. Bermuda's Sabrino not going to improve. Jesh Gomez. How about Joshua Gomez? He's been very strong in practice as well. Don't think he's had a kart necessarily or a session he's wanted. He's further back now in P7. Yurish. And now the big question, can Christian Velez maybe get himself any more positions here at the buzzer? He hasn't improved in either of the first 2 sectors. Here he is now coming out of the final corner, out of Popeye, going as fast as possible. Carrying as much speed. No improvement. CJ Arabia provisionally on pole, and combine that with Pat Bernatowicz. That'll make it an All-American front row for the World Finals.
Eagle Screech, baby. All I can say is Eagle Screech is very happy with that. Let's go ahead and, man, I'm so excited. I'm so excited.
Can't wait to see how this one's going to unfold. Time to run a slot here and pay the bills, but when we come back, it's the big one. World Finals coming up from K1.
Come out and prove your skills on League Night. Both schedules are live on the K1 Circuit website. Your Kart Chaser live feed will resume shortly.
wins the Wisconsin Grand Prix. James Overbeck on start number 2 gets win number 1 in OKN Stars.
On track or off, Brandon Jarsakrak Racing delivers elite performance. Led by 4-time Pro National Champion Brandon Jarsakrak, our team masters driver coaching, data-driven analysis, and mechanical precision at every national event. Contact us today at BrandonJarsakrakRacing.com.
I'm so in
Welcome back, everybody. Just getting ready to go here before the big boys hit the track. We got the kiddos. Kiddos on the small track out by the parking lot. Looks like they're having themselves a race. Trying to pull up some timing here. To give them some love. We'll see if it's going to start working here in just a sec.
Let's get started here with our 2026 K1 Speed US E-Karting Championship in the teen division. Let's have a quick word here with our pole setter starting in kart number 37 from the United States. He just finished in second place in the United States Championship. CJ Arabia. CJ, you qualified 11th last time. You're in pole position. You must be feeling pretty good and hoping for a boring race this time.
I am hoping for a boring race. Let's see how this goes.
All right, perfect. And let's go ahead and round out the remaining grid here. In second place, sharing the front row, is Patrick Bernardovitz from the United States in kart number 4. In kart number 6, sorry, let me head over here. We have Alec Daninsky. He's our winner of the U.S. Championship. He's going to be starting in the 3rd position again, kart number 6. Kart number 9, we've got Canada's Maxim Yarek. Kart number 56, we got Dylan Mankasing from Canada as well. And then rounding out Canada here in kart number 60, we got Sebastian Espinoza Mejia. In kart number 13, leading the Mexican charge here, we got Joshua Gomez. He finished on the podium last year. Let's see what he can do again this year. Kart number 35 is Christian Velez. He is our defending champion in the Teen World Championship division. He comes all the way from Puerto Rico. Let's see what he can do here. Then in kart number 54, we got Julian Concha Alvarez from Mexico. In kart number 50, all the way from France, just got here today, still put it in 10th place, Romy Spitz Rodriguez. In kart number 40, we're looking at Santiago Bermudez Sobrino from Mexico. Then we got Francisco Leon here in kart number 24. He comes from Puerto Rico as well. And in the final position, Fernando Davila from Puerto Rico rounds out our starting grid for this championship. Now it's time to see who we're going to crown as the 2026 Teen U.S. E-Karting champion and the winner of the big cash prize. Let's get started.
Thanks so much, Ryan. And here we go. It's the one that we've been working for all day long, heck, all year long. But Dino, the tension is rising. Just over 10 of some of the best teen indoor karters in the world. Let's walk through the grid.
It's all stars and stripes out in front. CJ Arabia, the stunner from the U.S. Teens Final, trying to get his get back and show what he showed, or prove what he showed in the pre-final. It's all stars and stripes, followed by 2 Canadians in P4 and P5.
CJ Arabia, Patrick Bernatowicz, Alec Daninsky, your reigning now national champion, will fire off in P3. Maxim Yarich, then Dylan Mankasing for Canada, with again making that a 3-pack with Sebastian Espinoza Mejia. Joshua Gomez in P8 with Julian Concha Alvarez, Romy Spitz Rodriguez, Leon Francisco, and Fernando Davila rounding out your field. It'll be 10 laps just like the last time. It'll be a slightly thinner grid, but crucially, we talk about what's on the line here. $15,000 for your winner. And of course, everybody at the podium walking away with a cash prize. But for this age group, in this discipline specifically, you're going to be hard charged to find anything or anywhere else giving away more cash. And again, we talked about the dominance of America to get things started. We were waiting in qualifying for them to potentially find something. And boy, in Q2, they really unraveled it. Both Alec, Patrick, and CJ getting their way to the top. And the question is, can they hold it? Can anyone potentially bring anything to the Americans?
I tell you what, I would love to see Alec go ahead and do back-to-back, be U.S. and World Champion. I got a hard time thinking anybody but CJ Arabia is coming with this thing. So fast in the U.S. final. Fastest the fastest qualifier. We'll see how the kart lottery goes. But you got to remember, track position is key, consistency is key, and we'll see if we have a fight for this thing come to the checkered flag.
Going to remind you that the action doesn't end after this. We'll do obviously podium ceremonies, and then we'll continue on with the remainder of your best in America. Groups B, C, and D will bring us through here for an afternoon of heat racing. Should be the same action-packed racing we saw earlier on bigger grids, same level of heat racing. Don't think we'll be doing the podium ceremonies for this. Should also mention, obviously, post-race interviews and the podium for your World Teens coming up after this as well. And then, of course, tomorrow morning we do it all over again, only with your adults. Should be getting started roughly the same time. 8:30 we'll open up international practice and get into qualifiers with Group A, B, and C at around 8:50 a.m.
The calm before the storm. These drivers just sitting here. It's almost like a red flag situation. You're just itching to go. You do that pace lap, you do the driver intros, and now you just got to sit for a second, make sure we got all of our ducks in a row, and then we'll let these boys have at it.
And we got to mention as well, it is hot beneath these helmets right now. And the nerves are not helping as well, but well into the 80s right now and these guys are getting no airflow under the helmets. The last thing you want right now is anything to help make you more nervous on the pre-grid. But man, it is hard to imagine the level of emotions that are under the helmets here.
Yeah, this is potentially career-altering money you can do. You can open a lot of doors with 15 grand, and I'm sure every one of these drivers is going to want to come away with it. I love the international flavor. I love that we got our boys out in front, but certainly going to be a very heavily contested fight, and we got a start coming up here in about 10 seconds.
Only the second time we've done Teen Worlds. Logan Nielis opened it up for Team America. Christian Velez became the first non-American in K1 World history to break that streak. Can he potentially work his way back from P8? Can anyone bring something to the Americans? It's $15,000 on the line, and for 10 laps, we're racing for the World Teens.
Already a very aggressive move, I believe, from about row 3. That was Velez. Oh, contact already going into Rocky Moran. It looks like we're all going to be A-okay. Down to the king in turn number 4. Jackson, what are we looking at?
Into D1 for the first time. Looks like Patrick Bernowitz was able to clear the remainder of the field. Couple guys setting it from deep further back. The twin Canadians, both Dylan Makasing and Maxim Urish, making a couple of positions as well. But look at this, Christian Velez. Look at that blue and yellow helmet in the mid-pack. Just get moved out of the way in turn number 8. One of the Canadians, a handful of the Canadians, I think Julian Concha and Jesh Gomez, moving them out of the way just a little bit further back. No, look at this. Christian Velez, I think, might have gotten up to P4 in that move, but the gloves are coming off early here.
Boys, play nice.
I want to say that was Maxim Urish sending it to the inside. Cart number 60. Sebastian Espinoza getting the fangs out nice and early as we work our way back up the hill, up into the curb. Velez dropping a couple positions.
Unfortunately, your U.S. champion going back there maybe fell for the low-hanging fruit, getting over under there and getting railroaded by the driver now currently in P5, but still a very clean start, a very respectful start. Now we'll settle in as your leader's going to give a quick look back. Now let's make like hay and hope that nobody can catch you.
Keep it keep it green and clean to end lap number 1 here. Out of Popeye for the first time. Who's going to be the first one to the stripe? Looking like it's going to be CJ Arabia. Gap to Bernowitz just about a second and change. And it was indeed Sebastian Espinoza-Mieja who got 3 positions in the whole shot. A really good job for Santiago Bermudez. Sabrina as well got 4 positions in that. Your big loser, Julian Concha Alvarez, dropping 3. The Mexican down to P11. And unfortunately, the butchering going to continue here, it looks like, for Christian Velez, because Bermuda trying to find a way through just at the back of this pack and just a little bit further back from P1 and P2. The pressure is on for Bernowitz, and the pressure's on for the lead. Sebastian Espinoza-Mieja looking for a way, goes to the inside here, coming out of turn number 8. Is there enough momentum to the inside? They'll continue to go 2 wide. New leader.
Easy peasy. Number 9 out in front, engine number 9. It's funny, the thing about karting, you see the guys always tapping the back of their helmets going, hey, work with me, and in the next corner they get dive bombed. So got to be careful, got to make sure that you're in bed with the right people. But it seems like Patrick's going to make hay here and make for the checkered flag.
Bernatowicz back in P3. Looked like an attempt of a move further back from Velez. But I believe that is Alec Daninsky, whose transponder might have initially not shown up, who is in cart number 9. We'll have to get that double checked. That's certainly not CJ Arabia. I almost want to think it's one of the Canadians, but we'll have to take one more look. That's certainly Bernowitz in 3rd, as it looks to be CJ Arabia in the lead. Oh, big look to the inside of Rocky Moran, trying to make a move there on Jesh Gomez, not able to get it. We saw that 2x2 stuff a little bit earlier today. That is an expensive move, though, if you want to try and make it stick there.
And you got to think this is a 10-lap race. You got to be careful, but you got to be aggressive, but it has to be measured. And I think, unfortunately, one of the younger drivers may be getting a little bit too overeager. They're trying to force a move into Rocky Moran. That just was not going to work as we get information about who the number 9 is. Who is?
Maxim Urish, the Canadian, who was able to storm to the front.
The Maple Leafs are coming back. Oh, no.
Handful of Canadians. We saw one on the bottom step of the podium last year for the adults. That, of course, being Nathan Wilkie. Sebastian Espinoza also on the podium last year for Teen Worlds, representing the Great North, but nobody able to really break the streak right now of USA or Puerto Rico. This could potentially be the race where that changes. Velez still trying to make a move here. Attempt of a cross-up further back. I want to say that's Rodriguez coming out of turn number 11, but look at this. Clean into the open blue right now. That number 9 of Urish, borderline uncontested, but they continue to duke it out further behind.
I was going to say, these guys got to start being careful. If they, I know that there's money given out for second and third. There's a big curb strike into turn 1 there. I believe that is for the number 13 of Joshua Gomez. But you got to think, 10 grand's cool. 15 grand's a lot cooler than that.
Bernatowicz looking to the inside, trying to make that move stick on Alec. Not too much of a fight there, and it's actually CJ Arabia who's able to become mincemeat there as Bernatowicz moves by for P2. That'll immediately give an opportunity for Espinoza Mieja to get right back into the mix as well. Lime green and black suit and the green visor, blue helmet, making this a 3-kart battle, but these guys need to work together, Dino, if they want any chance of catching the leader.
Yeah, I would have put all my money on CJ Arabia going into this, but it seems that 37 kart has seen better days as the 6 now goes up ahead of Alec.
It's Daninsky.
Daninsky, yeah, your U.S. champion. So, I mean, I think there's enough pace between these three, really, between P4 and P2, to go ahead and catch Patrick, but I mean, that gap is growing, and it's not coming down anytime soon.
Canada versus Mexico further back. Espinoza Mieja on the inside of Jesh Gomez, or it's actually Jesh Gomez trying to make that move. 60 of Espinoza trying to do the crossover. They'll continue to lock horns here. And you can see Jesh Gomez, he's pointing forward. He says, guys, I have the pace. If you guys just get to the bumper, we can maybe make this a 6-kart battle. Big contact further back. Oh my goodness, Bernatowicz, we're gonna go 3 wide. Alec going to the inside, over the curbs. What a move, CJ Arabia getting to the point. Now you get Alec going all the way down to the inside. This is great stuff. Your 3 Americans continue to reshuffle here.
No, boys, the win is there. Do not get caught fighting with yourself. A great opportunistic move there from CJ Arabia. I'm amazed that we all came out of that alive. And this is just going to bring P5, P4, and P5, P6, and P7 into it.
Oh my goodness, Daninsky forcing it through in turn number 8. Here comes Jesh Gomez. Unbelievable stuff. The Mexican trying to force it to the inside as we work our way through the S's. I think Patrick wagging his finger saying, you can't do that, my friend. You can't use the bumper. We are absolutely being watched by K1 Race Control. And if you're using the bumper, we are going to absolutely get that reviewed.
The finger wag, the dreaded finger wag there from Patrick was looking so good just a lap to go, and now finds himself, I believe, all the way down in P5. This has allowed Jasinski to get away, and I think maybe this could open up the door, but I mean, we're running out of laps, so we're coming to 6 to go already.
Jesh Gomez now to the bottom step of the podium. Bernatowicz and Espinoza, or excuse me, Moccasin was the one who was making big moves further back in the 56, now slotted right behind Bernatowicz. But look at this, number 6 of Alec is a lone wolf, starting to peel away from this field. And at the halfway point, just got the cross with the flags. It has been absolutely phenomenal battles further back, but now finally we've gone single file.
And you got to think now these guys are going to start getting cannibalistic. It's no more let's work together to go get those higher spots. It's going to be me, and then after that, probably me again. On the priorities list, it seems as though we're in a bit of a lull, but I'm sure once we get that fight on between P4 and P5 again, it's going to be nothing but Lord of the Flies again.
You reach your leader. Then it's Daninsky with a little bit of a breakaway, trying to close that gap. Jesh Gomez, Patrick Bernatowicz battling out for that bottom step on the podium. You got to admit it was maybe a tad forceful there for Jesh to try and make that move stick, but Bernatowicz, and you really stretch it back here, Christian Velez, Espinoza Mieja, all the way back to Rodriguez, the flying Frenchman. All of these guys are still potentially able to fight for the podium.
Well, we saw how costly battling is as P2 has just scampered away, although I don't know if there's enough time to quite close up that giant gap. But, you know, all you need is 2 people to really get into it and, you know, have a bit of an argument for 2 or 3 corners, and all of a sudden you're right back into it. So even though, as with the 4 car, is going to take a little bit of a look here on the 13, not quite going to get close enough there through Popeye up into Rocky Moran. Just got to be smart. There's still a long way to go.
Daninsky now trying to break away, but again, we'll keep it on this battle right now for P2. Jesh Gomez giving a lot of nonverbals right here. I don't know why you're fighting me, Pat. We're able to maybe break away from these guys further behind, but Bernatowicz continuing to look for a way here out of the hairpin through D2 and down the hill, the pseudo-rainy curve from Laguna Seca. But look at this, Alan Daninsky saying this fight is not over. Purple last time by. Could he potentially close that gap to your leader, Maxim Yurish?
Yeah, I mean, just fighting all throughout this field, still playing relatively nice. I'm just not sure there's enough time. I mean, if we're talking about the big money, I think the Canadian has broken just enough. I mean, it's going to be really, really close to run out here to try to catch your race leader.
Out on his lonesome right now, the number 9 of Maxim Yurish. And for a timing issue is not on the board right now, but P1, it's Alec Daninsky P2, Jesh Gomez in P3. But you can already see right now on track just how big that gap is from P1 to P2.
But I think it's coming down. I don't. Maybe the Americans still got some time left. I mean, we're coming to 3 to go next time by. But it seems as though that gap is coming down. We've seen sometimes karts being almost a second quicker than one another. If you can just manage the tires right and keep your head cool, I would say there is still a chance that that we could see a fight for the win just yet. As he goes purple at a 17.9. I mean, we're in the 17s. He's moving.
Maxim Urich peeling away another purple lap for Daninsky, 117.915. But for that final cash-paying position, it's Patrick Bernatowicz, who already has some hardware on the day. He would prefer to come home with his wallet a little bit thicker. But man, Jesh Gomez trying to be the only the only Mexican on the podium right now, has made a phenomenal move to get himself into that position, has done everything now to defend from the American.
I can tell you what, I made a career in sim racing out of finishing third. So there's still there's still a lot of glory in bronze, and I'd imagine both these drivers, I believe it's about $5,000 is on the line here for this position. So still a lot to fight for, and a decent chunk of change to go along with it. Although I just don't know if Patrick has enough overspeed on Gomez to make this move. And of course, as I say that, look at that, uncontested, plenty of overspeed there for the 4-kart as he now moves up into position number 3. Not sure if there's going to be enough time to catch Alec though.
Clean move there from Bernatowicz to make that move stick, is able to get back on the binders and now potentially build a gap. 2 laps to go in the World Teens Final, and you can already see just how big that gap has been created between this duel for P3 and Alec Daninsky in P2. But man, a little bit further back, Christian Velez leading Espinoza Mieja and Rami Splits Rodriguez. It has been some good battles no matter where you look.
We're going to have a good fight here for P5 by the end of this, but I still think, I mean, I could be deceived, but I believe that the gap to the lead is coming down between Urich and Daninsky. It's hard to say without timing and scoring for sure, but it does seem as though the American is making some small inroads onto his Canadian counterpart. And the wind has picked up massively only in the last couple of minutes. A huge tailwind into Rocky Moran could make things even more complicated for these drivers.
Monka Singh P5 trying to break away here from both his fellow Canadian in the form of Espinoza Mieja and, of course, the reigning champion.
Move coming, here we go.
Velez will look to the inside in the penultimate corner. They're side by side coming out of the exit.
Oh, it's getting close. He's looking back. We got some rubbernecking. White flags in the air.
What a dominant drive it has been. But you know what? You still figure that the Jaws music is playing, because slowly but surely Alec Daninsky truly is coming into view. I don't want to say it's over yet. It's looking like it might be, but
just not going to be enough time. I think maybe if this was an 11-lap race to be, or maybe just a little bit less battling, Daninsky might have been able to go back-to-back. But I think, unfortunately, as we're reaching the halfway point here of this final lap, it's going to be all Maple Leaves.
It could be the second year in K1 World's history that a team national champion, doesn't go on to do it at the world stage. And this is a huge shot across the bow for all of these indoor centers in America. Something is brewing overseas and across the borders, and the talent continues to get stronger and stronger. And when these guys from outside of the USA roll into America, they are a force to be reckoned with. We learned it last year with Christian Velez, and let it be known that this man right here has been strong out in front, but relatively has been a dark horse. But where it mattered most, the Canadian was able to push and build a gap, and out of the final corner, he'll be the first one to send the K1 Worlds north of the border. Checkered flag is out. Maxime Urich, your world champion in teens.
Congratulations to our friends north of the border. Team Canada takes top honors here for the teens. We'll go ahead and send Jackson down for some podium interviews. That was a great race. I really, really enjoyed the battling there in the middle. My heart rate's up a little bit. I hope it was for you as well. And we'll have podium interviews coming up here in just a second. Don't go anywhere.
And it is time for us to celebrate here at K1. Maxim Urich, you're a K1 E-World Champion. Where do you even start to put this one into words?
A lot of hard work, a lot of dedication to winning this one for sure. It feels good. It feels very good. Yeah.
Talk to me about that race, because you had a boring one in the best way possible. A little bit of chaos behind, but you were able to build that gap. Did the pace surprise you at all out there?
A little bit. I was like, okay, I actually have a kart with, decent tires. When I first hopped in, I'm like, okay, I still see the strips on it. It's actually not bad. I look at everyone else. I'm actually doing not too bad. I go, I'm like, I look back, I'm like, oh, wow, they're all doing their own thing back there. I'm like, all right, let's get it going. And then I see this guy, he's gaining. Hold up, I'm like, uh-oh. I might have some company in the last little bit of the race, and then race ended, and it's what it is.
Who do you want to thank for making this possible?
Definitely my mom and dad, for sure. If it wasn't for them to come here. And K1 Canada as well. If I wasn't able to compete in Toronto when I won this, wouldn't be here.
You're a K1 E-World Champion. Congrats, Max.
Thank you very much.
Keep it going here to a couple guys I'm used to talking to. Alec Daninsky, a phenomenal drive for you. If it was maybe a couple more laps, we would be talking about a battle for the win there. But talk to me about that race.
I didn't get a very good start, but I try to make back my spots as quick as possible because I saw him pulling away so much. And once I got by them, I noticed I kept on gaining. And like you said, if I had a few more laps, maybe it would have been a battle between us.
2 trophies and a wad full of cash going home. How you feel about that?
I feel amazing.
Congrats, Alec.
Thank you.
Last and certainly not least, one of our best battles out on track, Pat Bernatowicz. It was good fighting out there with Joshua Gomez. Talk to me about that duel for P3.
Oh, yeah, for sure. It was a very good fight. Yeah, we were both neck and neck. Kind of just stayed behind him. I knew he had the pace. Kind of ran away from the pack behind us. And then when I felt it was the right moment, I passed him. Want to thank my parents, my mom and my dad, just for all the support. And yeah, double threes today. So yeah, can't complain.
Congrats, Pat.
Thank you.
Well, that'll be it for your podium here in K1 E-Worlds for teens. But do not go anywhere. Podium ceremony and the rest of the Nations Cup coming up.
Hey, what's up, Caleb?
What's up, Brandon?
You sound defeated. A long day at the office?
Yeah, got stuck at a cat food marketing meeting for like 3 hours. I don't know a thing about cat food, and I don't even work in marketing. And then I got sent on a coffee run like I was some sort of intern. Then at the end of the day, when I went to go get gas, I just realized everything is so darn expensive nowadays, man.
Yeah, you got that right.
Like, do you have any idea how much we're spending on Netflix?
That's like $20 a month.
Do you know how much we're spending on cable?
That's like $50 a month.
But you know what isn't expensive?
Tell me.
Kart Chaser Premium. For only $9.99 a month, you can watch all of the American karting action live from coast to coast. Subscribe and become a member today.
Cat food marketing. $9.99 a month.
Dude, Caleb, wake up. Dude, we're live in 5 minutes. Let's go. Come on. What are you doing?
Dude, I'm so sorry. Xander had me in a cat food marketing meeting till like 2 a.m. last night.
Come on, man.
Do you have anything I can drink?
Dude, I got the perfect thing for you. Perico. It's a healthy energy drink alternative.
Perico, non-GMO, gluten-free, kosher, magnesium, B12, B6,
Yeah, it's good.
B5, biotin, and 0 sugar? Pericazo! Try Perico, made with natural ingredients, organic caffeine, and supports your metabolism. Try the new official energy drink of Kart Chaser.
Legacies aren't built overnight. They're built 1 second at a time. Never taking a lap off, and always pushing the limits. K1, helping you build your legacy from the beginning.
Kyle, what are you doing?
It's got my new Greyhound seat.
You don't even have a cart.
Doesn't matter. I have a Greyhound.
Who the f is Kyle Cuthbertson? Doesn't even have a go-kart.
Doesn't matter.
Cuthbertson through on Turney. Turney in the dirt.
Macron Motorsports builds champions every day. Drivers who won on the world stage. The Tillotson T4 Series is pure spec racing. Same engine, same chassis. When you win, it's because you were the best that day. Your edge is not the kart. It's the setup, the strategy, and the race team. With our Arrive and Drive program, you simply bring your gear, we provide the equipment and the championship-winning support to every event. Stop wrenching, start racing. Your path to the T4 Nations Cup in Spain starts with us. For more information, contact us at macronmotorsports.net.
The day is ours and we seize it. Haters, man, they got reasons. Grab the moment, we freeze it. Go to the touch, oh, what a rush. Follow your heart, homie, go where the love. Let it rain, let it flow, let it flood. Swimming in good vibrations, it's a celebration. It's the liberation of everything we are. Every time you in the clouds, they gon' try to bring you down. Do not let them try, go ahead and get it, get it, get it, get it.
Are you stuck with your kart racing? Not sure the ideal kart setup? Or going to a track for the first time? Well, Kart Class has the answers for you. Our online portal has a wealth of experience and knowledge to help your kart racing. From kart setup advice to track guides that are targeted specifically to your circuit, or the driver coaching aspect with mindset, racecraft and driving techniques. If you want to take your karting to the next level, visit us at kartclass.com.
Are you looking to take the next step in your racing journey? Well, look no further than PitFit.
With 2 locations in Charlotte, North Carolina and Indianapolis, Indiana, PitFit trains drivers all the way from grassroots level karting to IndyCar and NASCAR, with top-of-the-line personalized coaching to improve physical and cognitive fitness.
For more information on programs, check out PitFit on Instagram or Facebook today.
Empire Karts, your trusted trackside kart specialist, proudly supporting champions of the Future America Series, West Coast karting teams, and racers. Empire Karts, your trackside solution.
Champions aren't just born on the kart track. At SimShop, we deliver professional-grade simulators with the best performance-to-price ratio in the industry. Founded by racers who understand what you need, our SimMagic and Moza equipment is powerful enough for the pros, yet affordable for everyone. With unmatched customer support and a thriving community, we're your racing partner. Visit simshop.com today.
K1 Circuit, the world's greatest outdoor karting facility, is now open. Open karting and rental session schedules are available online. Rentals will resume today after the race event at 5 p.m. Thanks to Kart Chaser for live streaming the event at K1 Circuit. Your coverage will resume shortly.
Chaser Driver Fitness episode with me, Chris G. Today, I'm going to show you how to protect those ribs in the seat. We're doing core. Exercise number 1 is the bench leg raise. Controlled all the way down, full range of motion. Make sure you pick up that tailbone off the pad. Coming down, controlling. Great for the lower abdomen area and obliques. Floor slider mountain climbers, exercise number 2. Exercise number 3, the plate-loaded decline bench sit-up. I'll see you guys on the next episode of Chris G Coaching, race-ready training that carries into real life. That's what we do.
Are you ready to get behind the wheel? From Formula One to NASCAR and IndyCar, all the pros start here. For more information, check us out online at mcckarting.com or call us and go racing today.
The K1 Circuit Semi-Pro League. This is a competitive race series with 2 classes. Junior Series for those who are under the age of 18, and the Senior Series for those who are 18 or older. If you think you have what it takes, come out and prove your skills on League Night. Both schedules are live on the K1 Circuit website. Your Kart Chaser live feed will resume shortly.
Karting isn't just speed. It's control, precision, freedom. At Atlanta Motorsport Park, Kart Freedom isn't just a team. It's where drivers are made.
Let's go race.
Come on, man.
Gee, looks like we're missing the engine. What the hell am I supposed to tap?
What do you mean? It's my Greyhound. It's all I need.
Where's the rest of it?
It doesn't matter. It's a Greyhound.
You gotta make way. Okay, you're good.
Sitting by here with Kyle, our race winner. Tell me how you did it. You were blazing fast out there, and I mean, you don't even have a go-kart, man. Tell me about it.
Yeah, you know, Norberg, Schmorberg, the Greyhound-powered Greyhound was great today. You know, it makes the difference. And the team's been working really hard back at the shop, and, you know, just shout out Greyhound.
Thank you, Kyle.
Hey guys, I'm Chris G. I'm Kart Chaser's driver fitness coach, and today I'm gonna give you 3 tips on how to strengthen your shoulders for more endurance and better stability in the kart. Here we go. Okay, so exercise number 1 is the front rope pull-through cable raises. Okay, now, this is the upright cable row. What you are doing here is you're picking a straight bar, as you see, and we're working the side areas of our shoulders, the medial. Exercise number 3, the dumbbell shrugs. As you guys can tell, I like to pause at the top before releasing. It's great for your strength, for that wheel stability. It's great for those shoulders and that upper back area. Chris G coaching, race-ready training that carries into real life. That's what we do here. See you on the next one.
It's the rest of the best here as we welcome you to US Teens Final B here. Again, after doing the A main earlier on, the remainder of the Americans get an opportunity to duke it out for bragging rights and for glory within their states. Looks like that's Patrick Bernatowicz, and I want to say that's Joshua Gomez further on the front row here. So two of the guys on your podium right now looking to get their way on. I'm not entirely sure what's going on here, but hopefully we'll have an answer for you sooner rather than later. As it stands, though, should be Ace Roland on pole position, the Columbus driver alongside Illinois'. Logan Nellis, Teddy Blum in third with Adrian Pertuz in fourth. Jaden Joyce alongside Benjamin Moldman. Then it's back to Logan Sandvik, Leighton Harris, Lance Fuller, Gavin Patterson, Christian Morales, Tyler Anderson, Kellen Mondejo, Emil Volpuri, Jose Monteguado, Michael Shawshank, Kenneth Brown, Swellman Hemo, and Travis Myers.
We got maybe miscommunication between two drivers on whether they were supposed to line up, perhaps.
For sure, looks like they ended up in the wrong grid slot, and I'm not sure if these karts have reverse like most of the indoor ones.
Yeah, they seem to be rolling.
So,
okay. Looks like we'll be all right.
Getting confirmation that they do indeed, but yeah, just needing a little bit of a helping hand here to get them in the right boxes. This is interesting, and I feel like I've got the insurance now. We should still be having our podiums for our world final coming up here between B and C at some point, but it looks like some of these guys get an opportunity to do a victory lap and potentially do it one more time. What is going on further back? One guy hopping out of the cart. This might be another miscommunication in position as they'll move up to the inside of row number 2. So hard to read these numbers here from this angle. And again, these OTLs look phenomenal, but it is just very hard to make out those numbers when we usually have the high vis, right? Black and yellow. A little bit harder for us here with the red and white.
You know, I always used to make fun of SCUSA about why they were so strict about, like, why, oh, does it always have to be, like, the numbers and blah? Yeah. Yeah, I totally
You don't know it till you need it.
Totally
you don't know it till you need it.
I totally get it. I take back every bad thing I've said about SCUSA's number policy. Hopefully this isn't a complete reordering of the lineup with any luck.
Checking back in here from K1 Circuit in Winchester as we try and organize the rest of the grid here for your E-World Championship. We would like to remind you that, yeah, we're getting started here with a quadruple header, but we still got plenty of racing to come through the month of May. We get started here with the Apex Midwest Championship opening up here at Newcastle Motorsports Park. I'll be on the mic on that. That will be just a couple weekends away here, the 17th. And then, of course, CKNA and the Grand Nationals for Canada will head north of the border just like this K1 trophy. Should be Xander Clemens behind the wheel racing that weekend. I believe Justin Prince, Cameron Reed on the mic for that. And, of course, MCC Pro-Am Round 4. And then your hardworking K1 crew heads east for our extracurricular, if you will, as we head to Spring Mountain Motorsports Park and round number 5 of the Champions of the Future Americas Series. Myself alongside Caleb Vieska, I believe Dean Helt joining us for that. Should be a good weekend.
Oh, out in Spring Mountain.
A little bit closer to you than me.
Oh, very much so. It's a nice little drive up Blue Diamond for me. Right into the heart of Pahrump. Wonderful track, wonderful facility. Absolutely cannot wait for that.
Feel like we can't get enough races at Newcastle Motorsports Park. Of course, Stars King of the Castle looking to wrap up our month of May. And again, all of that live from flag to flag on Kart Chaser. You don't want to miss any of the major events. Let's try this one more time. It'll be Roland Ace on the inside of Logan Niels. And it's Ohio versus Illinois for the best of the rest here. The 18 on the inside of the 12. But you consider the difference between worlds, we still have a very packed grid here. If it's anything like our A main, it could be very chaotic to get us started. Logan Niels on the outside of Ace Roland. They'll go to the tram lines here for our third rolling start. Are we going to be able to keep them stacked up in time? We do. And we got the green flag for B main. Still side by side here as we head up the mountain for the first time. Ace looking to have the inside through Rocky Moran. Great start as well for Teddy Blum on the inside, looking to make a couple spots nearly 5 wide here as we head into D1. But it's looking to be Logan Niels leading us to the inside of the hairpin.
Some bold and ambitious moves from some of our drivers. Remember, there's no money on the line. This is strictly for bragging rights. All these guys, they didn't come all the way out here just to run second in their own group. They're going to be going for the win, absolutely. And I think a little bit of a bump and run there for P2, if I'm not mistaken.
Good move further back. I want to say that's Aiden Pertuz, nearly 3 wide there as we shuffle on through the S's. Big hit further back, one kart nearly off into the sand. You're almost lucky that we have these bumpers, though, because you're able to lean on each other so hard here. First major braking zone, again, nearly 4 wide. Can you believe how stacked up they are here, heading back onto the triangle? But, man, absolute carnage to get us started. Another big moment further back. Logan Sandvik getting in the back of Benjamin Moldman. And now a move for P2 further back. Looks like Logan Niels trying to swing back on Teddy Blum to the inside. That'll be a done deal. And one kart from row 2 is broken away. That might be Jaden Joyce, and that might actually be Aiden Pertuz. What's the number on that kart out in front? Number 13, Teddy Blum to the point.
Hey, number 13, always very lucky. Wink, wink, nudge, nudge. But, oh my God, some very interesting interpretations of track limits here. Maybe the stewards, they are enforcing track limits. You have to have 2 tires on the curbs at all times. Unfortunately for those 2 drivers, I think they'll be lucky to just get away with a warning and not a time penalty. However, it seems like everybody's made it A-okay through Rocky Moran. It's interesting to see the different lines that everybody's taken. Some rather interesting interpretations of where these drivers believe that the grip is lying.
Still feels like it's a little bit less chaotic than the A main, but we are off and away for the B mains. Teddy Blum putting a good gap on him early on. And then it's Logan Niels, Lance Fuller, Oklahoma versus Illinois further back. Ohio versus Illinois, excuse me. And again, we check in, as always, with the carnage here in the mid-pack. Benjamin Moldman in the numero uno.
Moldman.
Just ahead of, I believe that's Myers. Yeah, Travis Myers there in the 8, going side by side. In Pertuz looking to cross up. Myers on the exit here. That's a good move, catching him on the defense there, going down low and getting the switchback on exit in the triangle. We don't see that too much. That's heads up driving to get a position.
I was going to say, you have to be opportunistic as we've got, I believe, a driver going backwards there. I believe he saved it, doing a little reverse entry there into the final corner as somebody's having a technical problem in the back. But you got to think, you know, like I said, you got to. It's win or bust. Nobody here is worried about getting second place. There's some more very interesting interpretations of track limits as we have a driver retiring from the race with a white and orange suit. Unfortunately, not quite sure who that is. We'll see it on live timing here very shortly. But the battle at the front, it's getting a little close.
Last lap by Blum with a 1:23.14. Purple lap for Lance Fuller, 1:19.990. And we do indeed have ourselves a battle here for victory in B main. And further back, we saw that lime green suit of Travis Myers. He's duking it out for that bottom step of the podium with Logan Niels. A pair of duels here to get us started in Group B. But the fight is on crucially for the win, and it's looking, Dino, like he's just within range of the draft.
And I just want to remind everybody, even though these drivers, this isn't necessarily the this is the best of the rest, as you put it. These drivers, it was a very, very competitive field to get in, a very, very difficult time. So just because that this isn't the big show, the talent is nevertheless still very, very high for this grouping.
Absolutely, some of the best indoor karters, and even some of the best outdoor karters making the trek out here and still going for bragging rights to say they're the best in their state and doing anything they can for K1 glory. Good exit further back for Myers. We'll go side by side with Montagado, as that's actually Myers in the red suit on the inside, has the nose fully ahead. They're getting hairy further back there as we head into Popeye. But look at this, nearly bumper to bumper here to start lap number 4, as Fuller is all over the rear bumper there coming out of Rocky Moran. Now it's a move and a breakaway, it looks like, for Travis Myers. That lime green suit and the black helmet making a move and building a gap on Montagado.
Well, the question is, I would say at the front, if you're Fuller, do you think, if you think you're considerably quicker than Blum, do you make that move now, or do you work with him, kind of bite your tongue and save your time? Because we're still not even halfway in this race yet, and the gap is healthy. But wow, what a move. Painting the curb, not quite going to work out. There's a lot of jeopardy going offline there in the S's. Somehow they're able to keep it going in the right direction.
Myers still trying to find a way through there, but not able to do so. They continue to battle further back as well. Harris trying to make a move on the inside, and Nellis for P5. And out in front, it's just become a study session at 65 miles an hour. A little bit of conversation there with the hands between the both of them. Fuller doesn't really want to make a move. Now he does on the inside, turn number 11. Blum won't fight it too hard. Maybe he will around the outside. We'll try crossing him up on the exit, not able to get there. Fuller to the lead.
Gotta think big picture here. The two behind in P3 and P4 have broken away. If these top two get caught fighting for too long, I have no doubt in my mind this two-piece could become a quintet, I believe.
Absolutely.
Is the pronunciation.
Good battle further back. We'll continue to check this in as it's Jose Montagado just over Travis Myers. Who's got the purple lap at this point? It might be Lance Fuller, actually, now with the nose ahead. So how's that clean air going to treat the 45? Obviously, it's been good in single car qualifying, but when you've got a handful of drivers behind you, and a fast one at that in the form of Teddy Blum, this battle is not over for the lead.
Oh, absolutely not. I wouldn't be surprised at all if Blum is maybe, you go ahead and lead. I'll figure out your weak spots and I'll catch you in a couple laps. But I will be interested to keep an eye on that gap between P2 and P3 if those two can work together and make any inroads on these leaders. I wonder what's happening in the mid-pack.
Looks like further back it was indeed Travis Myers able to get ahead of that lime green suit of Montagado. A little bit late, trying a defensive line there is Fuller. Good run from Blum here coming out of turn number 10 into 11. Does he have anywhere to go to potentially make a move? Not yet. On the anchors though, again, 900-meter dash on the exit of turn 12. A good exit here. Could absolutely mean a move in the final corner. Montagado knows that too. He is fully tucked there in that lime green suit further back, trying to make a move on Myers. Not able to get that done yet. A little bit too much curb from your leader of Fuller. That launches him to the outside.
That gap is coming down between P2 and P3. I think if Blum can just stick with Fuller and hope for another mistake, I think Blum might be a little bit quicker. I think maybe Fuller's gotten a bit lucky here with the kart lottery. But if Blum can keep Fuller honest and keep the pressure on, that's going to drag him and Myers and Montagado all right in the fight as Myers goes purple at an 18.920.
Brings us into the 18s for the first time here in this session. And again, that's a good guy to actually have in front of you if you're able to stay within draft range. For Jose, as long as you're able to stay in the tracks, you could very much have a guy helping you maybe to make this a quartet.
I see a purple last lap there for Myers in P3. This race is not over yet. The question really becomes when, catching him's one thing, passing him is a completely different opportunity. I wonder how aggressive Blum is going to be to try to hold on to P2, or maybe he tries to catch Fuller and make that move before he even has a chance. The gap is still pretty close.
I think the moves are possible. I just think we've seen, whether it's in the mid-pack or at the back of the field how expensive that is, because making these moves are phenomenal for us to watch. They're fun behind the wheel, but man, if these guys go out and out in front, Blum and Fuller, it is instantly going to bring Myers, Montagato, all the way back to maybe Harris and Nealis here and make that a full-scale battle. Of course, the minute I'm saying that, it's looking like, wow, 6 seconds the gap actually from Montagato to Harris in P5. And crucially here, lap number 6, we normally think this is the part of the race where the tires are given out. Not the case for Travis Myers. Another purple lap, 18.814. Da-da.
Da-da. He's coming. The number 8 is the fastest go-kart on the track by a very healthy and considerable margin, almost 0.8 quicker than your P2 runner. I would say if you're Fuller, maybe slip a little fiver back to Blum to hold him up a little bit, because I don't know if anyone's going to stop this 8 car at the end of this race.
Montagato not able to fully hang with him right now. He'll be praying that this battle begins and they go side by side sooner rather than later, because he's really the only one with a shot at this point. Harris Pertut's nearly 10 seconds clear of the field, but here we go. Myers looking to the inside in turn number 12. Is he able to make it stick? Is he able to clear it? He does. No cross-up attempt for Blum. Myers up into P2.
Just not enough go-kart there for Blum. I think I saw the last lap a little bit of a hand up going, you know, what am I supposed to do with this? But still, got to keep yourself in the game. You never know what's going to happen here between Myers and Fuller. Nice job keeping it in the track limits. And I want to give some love to Montagato for still keeping it close. But I think this one is Myers to lose at this point. 4 to go.
Any guesses at home for how many positions Travis Myers has gained to get to P2 so far?
I'm not going to look at the screen.
17.
What?
Our biggest drive to the front so far
wow.
today. Same for Lance Fuller, who's had a heck of a drive so far. 8 positions off the start. This field really reshuffled in the opening stanzas. But man, it has become a 3-kart battle with some guys we really haven't expected. The only guy that fittingly hasn't moved, that's Teddy Blum, who led this race from the start and then dropped 3 positions.
That's Dale Jr. in that 8 car. I swear it's Jr. Yeah, up 17. And in this caliber of field, still, like as mentioned, some very, very good drivers really playing his cards well. And as mentioned, I think this is his race to lose. It might even be over before we get to the last corner.
Triangle 2, side by side, forces him off to the bumper.
If you're Fuller, you got to go back here. There's no way you can let this 8 car get away.
Tries swinging it back, no. And that is scary. If you got any pace left, if you're Fuller or Blum, you got to make that move stick right here, right now. And you see the frustration from Blum further back. He knows he can't stay with them. And now, critically, Myers might be able to build the gap here.
Yeah, unfortunately, I just don't believe that these drivers have anything. I mean, the stat sheet says it at plus 18. I think if I'm one of the adult drivers, I'm hoping and praying that I'm putting a number 8 under the pillow tonight for the 8 ferry to give me this go-kart for tomorrow's race. This thing looks unstoppable, and some incredible driving here from Myers.
A little bit of an overdrive there.
Maybe one of those drivers that maybe got the short end of the stick in the with the qualifying format, just didn't get the right timing. And unfortunately, it looks like the guard, I believe that is the left rear guard on your P2 runner and Fuller, has come loose. Hopefully race control is a bit lenient, but that's definitely something that they're going to have to take a look at. That's going to drag rocks and stuff onto the racetrack.
Near carbon copy of what we saw for a guy who was battling for the podium last year for the adult worlds, and unfortunately with being a mostly left or right-handed circuit track, that is upsetting the aerodynamics massively, and that is essentially acting as a massive air brake. And unfortunately for Lance Fuller, the Columbus, Ohio native, it is dragging into the dirt. It's nearly acting as a shovel trying to slow him down out there.
I think luckily for Fuller, he's going to get saved by the bell. We're coming to the white flag this time by. Just going to get lucky. I think trying to save his helmet in the 13. I have experience with that last week. But unfortunately for them, second is going to mean too much. It's going to be all for the win here. White flag is out for Mr. Myers.
And it looks like indeed Fuller's going to try and muscle it out. But this is you're absolutely picturing fireworks going off under the helmet of Teddy Blum right now, because he sees this maimed number 45 right in front of him. That could be an opportunity to maybe get one step further up onto the podium. For Montagato, it could be a chance to get onto the podium, period. But crucially for Travis Myers, I thought he was going to be in a different zip code at this point. These guys are hanging with him.
I mean, it's still all to play for if you just we've seen drivers snatch a wheel here before. It's not impossible. Also want to give a shout out to Suleiman Himo, also plus 10, our second biggest mover of the day. Little shout out for my friend from DC. However, it's all number 8 out in front.
What a phenomenal drive, 18 positions gained. And we talked about how hard and how competitive it is just next door to us here in Arizona, and the Phoenix drivers constantly pushing each other. We've seen it so much in the adults, and we're seeing a shining example here for the first time from your teens. Unfortunately, Lance Fuller was looking to bring that battle for Ohio and for the Midwest, but he is just not able to right now with that maimed go-kart. And in just one more corner, what a phenomenal drive. Travis Myers, our biggest mover, will take victory in Final B.
Hey, I know I saw those Arizona guys out. Make some noise, Team AZ. Make some noise. I see you guys down there.
Teddy Blum home in P3. But, man, you have got a handful of drivers up 10 positions here. Jose Montegado, Swellman Hemo, and then as well all the way back to Kenneth Brown, 6 positions
almost
back. Look at that drag race further back. Hemo trying to get one more. He does. Gets that move on Moldman for P7. A bit of a drag race further back as well. Ezra Evans, Kenneth Brown, but man, what a B main to get us really going here and to set off the final chapter of this afternoon. Travis Myers, your winner. Lance Fuller, Teddy Blum joining him on the podium. We'll recharge here and give ourselves a second to catch our breath. It'll be Group C and Group D when we return here from Winchester.
Want to give some love as well to our junior drivers out there currently. I believe they're in their final. It is Calvin Means versus Jace Marr out in front. Leo Lee, P3. Audrey Hurls in P4. Tate Wiggum in P5. Sebastian Zedins and Jack Lisco in P7. Good job, kiddos. We're still keeping an eye up on you here in the booth. Looks like we're going to have a battle for the lead here. Didn't really think that would be possible to squeeze into the barriers for the 61 and 64. Looks like the 61 is going to be able to prevail here. Correction up here in the booth. It is Jeffrey Milkovich out in front of Gunnar Baxter in the 61 and 64. My apologies to the parents down there. Quite the battle here for P7 between Ezra Colales and Autumn Colhagen. Maybe some intrusion here from Grant Dirks. White flag in the air here for your race leader and Gunnar Baker. Some lap traffic could play a factor. Done and dusted. Gunnar Baker is your winner. Now to Jackson for the podiums.
All right, folks, I'm competing with a Porsche Carrera Cup car right now, but podium ceremony set to continue here with your World Juniors podiums. Let's meet them. In third place already with the trophy today, Patrick Bernatowicz. And your world champion for juniors, Race Palumbo. Trophy up, that is our future stars of karting and another name into the E-Worlds Trophy. Let's make it rain! You gotta put your thumb over it. There you go. One more time for your junior podium, everybody. All right, guys, going to continue this here with your junior podiums here. Your junior E-World podium in third place, Patrick Bernatowicz. In second, Alec Denitsky. And your first Canadian K1E World Champion coming from Toronto, Canada, and $15,000 richer, Maxime Yarish. Really good battle here for the bottom step of the podium. Alec tried closing that gap, but ultimately the E-World Trophy going north for the first time in E-World history. Thank you, guys. We'll give you a hand here and help you clear the hardware because it is party time right now. You guys know what's going on, and I've already been in the splash zone, so I'd but thumb over, shake him on the count of 3. 1, 2, 3, let's make it rain! One more time for your teen podium, everybody. I'm taken to the track. Well, we've seen a lot of weird things on Kart Chaser. We've seen a lot of cool things on Kart Chaser. And right in the middle of that Venn diagram is something that is truly unlike anything else. A Porsche 992 Cup car and Porsche legend, Pat Long.
That's the French driver is going to get the ride along. How
That
cool
is
is
indeed.
that? I mean, coming out all the way from France, I feel like that's pretty fair.
So again, for anyone not too familiar with the world of karting, seeing a full-size race car on a go-kart track, not something that's entirely alien, especially out here in SoCal. Adams Motorsports Park, I know, does a time attack nights on Fridays. That offers people to come out, bring their street cars, and do kind of an autocross style couple of laps. But to have a full-scale, race-ready Porsche Carrera Cup car on a racetrack that has, to this point, never had anything aside from kart rubber on it. This is pretty cool.
This is so surreal looking. I'll be honest, I was a little pessimistic when I saw this. Like, oh, he's going to just peter around. Patrick was giving it the juice.
Oh, yeah.
He was going for it there for a sec. So I think we're watching something really, really special. A beautiful collaboration here between K1 and a very, very lucky driver that's going to get to go for a lap with Patrick Long.
Porsche doing a quick job of strapping her in here. But again, 911 GT3 Cup car, what is supposed to be a slightly downgraded version of what you would see in GT3, GT Daytona for IMSA, but a spec racer based on the 992 chassis. They've been making these since about 1990 in the single make series. These things, much like go-karts, race pretty much every single corner of the earth. They're actually racing, I want to say, as a support series for the Miami Grand Prix this weekend.
Probably, yeah. Porsche Super Cup has a very close relationship in the U.S. with FOM, but honestly, I couldn't care less. I want to see this. This is this is amazing.
I don't know how multiple of these would fare, because this thing is not necessarily wide enough for, maybe just barely wide enough for two of these.
It handles Rocky Moran pretty good. I was thinking it was gonna bottom out. He's leaving some 11s here.
Here's the thing, right? Rocky designed this track to mimic the real life race courses as possible. He is monster trucking these curbs, but he modeled this to be as close to what we would see in a grade 1 Formula 1 circuit as possible. So weirdly, yeah, it looks a little bit bloated in this environment, but other than that, feels right at home.
Any Porsche owner that's watching this, do not get your hopes up. just enjoy it.
Enjoy it while you can, for sure.
I wonder if we're gonna get a full speed flyby. He's taking curb and everything. This is very impressive.
Don't think he's getting too much
lap time.
Oh my gosh!
Hey, I'm
get the phone out. Get the phone out.
Phone.
I don't think he does one full lap, flag to flag, unfortunately. We'll have to see using all of that curb out of Popeye.
He's going for a lap.
Look at this send out up Rocky Moran. I'm scared to see what these guys do in shifter karts. 992 Cup car. No problemo from Pat Long. Ooh, a little bit of a wiggle on exit there. 110% for these K1 speed fans, and getting all 375 horsepower unraveled from this monster truck in the curbs. We weren't too surprised to see that this thing is handling like a beast out here.
This is no show car, ladies and gentlemen.
No, sir.
He's putting down some good rubber. Hey, maybe we'll get some rubber put down for these drivers for later today.
We'll have to ask how this Michelin Pilot Sport rubber does on top of the Sakamoto stuff.
A layer of Ivinco, we got a layer of Sakamoto, and now we got Michelin rubber right on top of that.
I tell you what, I'm a big fan of us, even if it doesn't, I'm a big fan of us acting like this makes the racing like incredible, just so we can get 3-4 laps of this every day.
I hate to say it, but we're faster in KZ than we
are. You kidding me?
Yeah, that lap was probably going to be about a 105, 104.
You got to do it conventional timing line when they do one more, because they're going to do a handful of them here, I think.
Yeah. But yeah, that lap from start finish to start finish was about a 104, 105, and pole for KZ was a 56.5 on Saturday.
Obviously KZ's going to be quicker here, but okay, let's do a KZ at Spa versus this and see who wins. You know what I mean?
How was that?
Sorry, I zoned out there for a second, looking at the car.
We're gonna do. It's just, it is genuinely baffling that this is still, for its size, able to kind of keep up with the KZs. Obviously, it's quicker than the Reynolds we see here, but I mean, you're not by much. Not by much.
I mean, if it does a 105, 104, I believe the rental karts are running at the fastest time yesterday was a 116.7, which is like a 76. So it's only 10 seconds faster, at least on that lap, than a rental kart, than the rental karts that they have on offer here at
But
K1.
I mean, objectively, it is a car that is out of its element here.
Oh, for sure. But it speaks more to the quality and the experience that you get from the rental karts here at K1 Circuit.
I think another thing we absolutely need to remind ourselves, this being a Carrera Cup car, no driver assist, no ABS, no traction control, just like a go-kart.
Let's do another lap.
But Pat Long, with over 2 decades of experience, not much necessarily in a spec racer like this, is having no issue getting every ounce of performance of this brand new 911 Carrera Cup.
This is worth the price of admission right
here.
here.
Absolutely.
This is cool. I mean, when are you ever going to see this, right? At least in a legal sanctioned fashion.
Absolutely.
You know,
absolutely.
When are you going to see a Porsche Carrera Cup car doing laps around the probably the greatest kart track in North America at the moment?
Right now, no doubt. And we have got a timer, and we are going to, at the conventional timing line, what we see for Champions of the Future, do a genuine comparison here and see what a 992 Carrera Cup car does compared to the regular residents of K1 Circuit Winchester. Out of turn number 11 in the run to the line, and he's on it. Late turn in there, and Popeye using all the curb on exit. This could be a big factor here. How hard do you send it all of the curb into Rocky Moran? Look at how much the weight transfer is sliding out of turn number 3 through D1. And again, just using a little bit of curb there to shortcut, not necessarily to upset the car. It's tasteful usage of the curb. D2 here, again, just a little bit, using that lower lip, right? Not tabletopping it. And again, trailing it down the hill here and doing everything he can to carry as much momentum and keep the platform as level as possible through the S's. Hairpin, normally an overtaking opportunity. It's maybe a portion and a half wide for this guy, but as we work into the triangle, it's stop-start. And when you've got this flat 6 sitting on the rear axle, it's got no issue launching out of these corners, overdriving it into the grass. Pat Long giving it everything he can. Out of the final corner, we're at 60 seconds already, but the run to the line, final time is
105.49.
So you folks can do the homework at home and figure out what that's like compared to, it's certainly slower than a KZ. We'll have to double check to see what next 30, K100, or even some of the faster rental karts do in comparison, but that's a solid, at best, 10 seconds faster than what we see in the rentals. But it's a full-size car.
Come
it's
on,
a
Pat.
race car.
You got a 104
no
in you, Pat. I know you can hear us up in the booth.
So?
Come on, man.
Pat, if you can hear us. I mean, he was... We saw what he was doing out of triangle, too. He is really,
he left some meat on the bone
now.
there. Come on.
You think so?
Yeah, he left some meat on the bone. Yeah, what a wicked opportunity. Obviously, a huge thank you to Porsche and K1 for putting this on. 3, at least thus far, 3 very, very lucky individuals getting to take a lap and a once-in-a-lifetime experience. I think I left my helmet at home, but I might need to borrow some of you guys.
I gotta go really quickly.
I gotta jump in a K1 suit and jump in line.
I believe we maybe have one more lap here with the legend Pat Long here at K1 Circuit Winchester. And considering what the car is meant to do and what this track is meant to provide, this on paper is like attempting to eat soup with a screwdriver, but my goodness, Pat Long is driving the snot out of this thing and trying to find any pace. 105, I think 7 was the best lap we've seen so far. 4.9, okay.
5.49.
He's already been testing the limits. He admittedly started it pretty clean. But again,
tires are warmed up now, brakes are warmed up now.
Warm-ish.
A little bit of smack talk.
Yep. But ultimately, let's see, down the hill, he's known the limits. He's got traction control off. He has no ABS. How much more is he going to push it? This could be his last opportunity. Start that clock. Pat Long, lap number 4. Trev in the production room, I know you can hear me.
Yes.
Get that music off. I just need flat 6 glory here. Backs out of it a little bit.
Perhaps a little bit of an oopsie. He's still carrying pretty good speed.
We've tortured you long enough with our voice. It's only right that we treat you with some 4-liter flat 6 goodness. Out of the final corner, 105 for the time to beat. Run to the line, 105.36. It's a little bit better. Do we think there really is a 104 in there somewhere?
Yeah, he backed out of turn 1.
Okay.
Oh, he's getting those brakes nice and hot. Come on, one more.
I think
this is going to be like an encore thing. Encore!
I don't see anybody else out here. Ooh, nope, I do see one more.
Let's go.
Hey, you know what? Lighter kid, lower car weight. I'm
Fair
liking
enough.
I'm liking my odds here.
Not a bet, man, but man, what's the over/under on that 105?
Ooh. I don't think I can legally.
It's a very happy human being right there standing in front of the camera.
Very happy human.
You know it's good when you can see a smile through a helmet.
I've never gotten an opportunity to drive to ride in a Carrera Cup car. I did get to do a ride along for Radical RX3 a couple of years ago, and that thing was terrifying. And you get all of the different feelings that you think you expect. Nobody prepares you for how violent braking is, to go from 120 to 30 in a fraction of a second. I feel like you get a pretty good feeling of that in a shifter kart, obviously, but to do that at such a larger macro, that stopping power, nothing prepares you for that.
I may or may not know somebody that has a Porsche GT3 RS or C4 RS, and I may or may not have done some fun stuff on back roads in that car. I can't imagine this is too dissimilar. I know what it's like to sit in the passenger of one of those. This kid's about to go for the ride of his life.
And again, essentially, the philosophy of Porsche Carrera Cup is you do take a GT3 and it's slightly converted by factory. A handful of the chassis are selected from Porsche's factory. And as of now, about 4,000 of these have been converted over to Carrera Cup spec. Gutted interior, added roll cage, added fire suppression, and then some slightly beefier brakes. I want to say those are some Brembos on the front and rears. And then obviously that phenomenal additional aero to the front and a wing big enough for you to eat dinner off of.
Are you offering? Is there? Can we have dinner off of the a little kart chaser buffet off the back of the Porsche?
I don't know if that's in our budget. We'll have to check with Sander. We'll take this time to remind everyone at home why we're doing this, and that, of course, being the Porsche Selected Driver Program and the Porsche Talent Scout going on out here. And Porsche always being phenomenal in trying to find talent wherever they can to find the next great talent, the next World Endurance champion, the next Le Mans champion, wherever they take their racing. And seemingly the last frontier has been truly rooted in karting. They've gone down to autocross. They've done grassroots stuff with Porsche Owners Club, NASA, SCCA. And aside from, a couple people looking at karting data, they haven't had a true scouting facility. But now with this partnership with K1, for the first time, you have a straight route from indoor karting all the way up to the top echelons of sports car racing, of open wheel with Formula E, wherever else Porsche might take their talents in the future. WRC with RGT. These cars can obviously compete in various tarmac rallies around the world. If there's a discipline of racing, Porsche does it. And if there's a place now in America where young people are trying to develop their driving skills, Porsche's looking there.
Race car.
Race car.
Race car, go around corner. Race car, go fast. Race car, look cool.
We are simple men, Dino. And again,
curb.
We will back out and treat you to the Flat 6 Symphony. More than likely the last lap there, as looks like Pat went a little bit nicer for the kid there, which is understandable, and that will definitely be all she wrote as he will slowly pull it into pit lane. Dean said it enough, I've said it more than enough, but a colossal thank you to both K1 and Porsche Motorsports North America for giving us this beautiful once-in-a-lifetime opportunity and a crossover unlike anything we have ever seen in karting, in motorsports, in anything in this industry. Not a lot of times you get to see that. We'll try and process what we've just seen. In the meantime, we'll get ready for the final round of heat racing and the last of the national heats, Group C, bringing us home here on Saturday.
Welcome to the future of kart race preparation. Kart Sim Pro North America. Featuring laser-scanned North American kart circuits and precision-tuned kart physics developed using real telemetry, dyno and tyre data, Kart Sim Pro North America delivers the most advanced and realistic kart simulation experience available today. Whether you're training for race day, refining your lines, or shaving tenths off your personal best, Kart Sim Pro gives you pro-level insight without leaving your home. Trusted by world champions, coaches and karting enthusiasts alike, this is where virtual practice translates into real-world performance. Experience the thrill, the challenge, and the edge. Kart Sim Pro North America. Use code CHASER20 to get 20% off today.
The K1 Circuit Semi-Pro League. This is a competitive race series with two classes. Junior Series for those who are under the age of 18, and the Senior Series for those who are 18 or older. If you think you have what it takes, come out and prove your skills on League Night. Both schedules are live on the K1 Circuit website. Your Kart Chaser live feed will resume shortly.
One more time we race here. Final number C, letter C for U.S. teens, and it'll be Dominic Smith on pole. The Austin, Texas native starting alongside Keenly Payne from Salt Lake City, Utah. Ryan Netzel, Remington Best, Mitchell Grant, Aiden Lake, Dylan Walk, Colin Lippa, and Cooper Kolb rounding out your top 10. Dino, if this is anything like Final B was, it's going to be a good show.
Oh, yeah, the track's changed a little bit. Some of that, that lovely Michelin rubber's down. I wonder if that genuinely will have a little bit of an impact on the potential handling of these go-karts, but I think largely a lot of the same. These guys are going in, no holds barred. They didn't come all the way out here just to finish second. It's win or go home for these drivers.
Going to be a good show. 25 karts ready to go to battle here for 10 more laps. And, of course, the best part, we do it all over again tomorrow with the adults live with you for international practice at 8:30 a.m. Pacific. And $25,000 ready to be given away.
Let's see. I wonder if anybody here is already going to gamble on swapping out their go-karts. I think that you get one shot to roll the dice on a new kart. Let's see if anyone takes that opportunity.
Marshall's telling everybody to check up. We've had this kind of pre-grid where we normally tram them and launch them off for the non-rental series, both Pro Kart as well as Champions of the Future. As everybody comes to a stop here. Again, you get an opportunity to have one kart change per session, whether that's during a qualifying or, of course, whether that's during a wheel-to-wheel race. You get that one kind of warm-up lap to feel the kart out. If something doesn't feel right, you get an opportunity to run in, jump in another. But looking like everybody's okay. Don't see any hands up. And crucially, we're getting our last steps here. Is everybody in the right positions? That might be a last-minute kart change a little bit further back. Uh-oh.
No way.
Could potentially be the 34 of Remington Best. No, that's Peyton Bevensey, I believe.
I think this... It's like, well, it's either a
Denver,
5,
Colorado
a 6, or an 8.
You run out of numbers.
Once again, my sincerest apologies for ever critiquing the SCUSA number plate stringency. I totally get it now. I repent.
It's like we got drivers playing rock, paper, scissors.
Is anyone going to take him up in the challenge? Scissors, shoot! Rock, paper, scissors, shoot!
I think the guy in front there in 37 was trying to turn around and be like, I want to be a part of the action. Not fully able to. Clearly some frustration here from what I believe to be Peyton Babensee, one of the few Colorado drivers coming out. But I'm not sure if he's not satisfied with the go-kart or if they've just gridded up and he's got nowhere to slot in. Grid Marshall's looking to do a good job here and pushing gap aside here for Peyton to slot in.
And it's interesting, this long sitting out there, you know, the wind's blowing, these tires are going to be cooling off. Wonder if maybe that'll extend that happy window of these Sakamotos.
Again, though, these are rental tires. These are harder than probably the stiffest things you see for competition. I feel like it doesn't take that much to actually get them up to temp.
Well, as you know, as we mentioned, it's not necessarily the getting up to temp part; it's keeping them in the happy window part where they're actually working.
Right, right.
Wow, some very, very aggressive stretching going on. Ladies and gentlemen, this is karting.
And to the applause of the grid here, we are ready to go racing in Final C. As we got the command for visors down. 25 of the best indoor karters across North America coming together from sea to shining sea. It has been a long day for us here, but we've got the action here to bring us home. It's Kinley Payne on the outside. It's Dominic Smith on the inside. Who's going to be our last winner in the teens? Let's find out. Let's go racing one more time in teens.
Hold your breath, folks.
Good start around the outside. Kinley Payne able to get there to the lead there, stacking up big time there as we work our way out of Rocky Moran for the maiden time. Through D1, we continue to go too wide. Big lunge further back. I want to say Grant Mitchell trying to make a couple of positions there into the hairpin.
Just licking the stamp and sending it. I like it. It's a welcome change for the races earlier today. Seemingly very clean, though. Very respectful.
A lot of guys swinging it left
and
there
it goes.
Through D2, and that's because the outside becomes the inside. We're seeing that right now. Adrian Lake in the 54, the Zamp helmet, trying to get to the front, nearly 4 wide here as we work our way into the triangle. First big braking zone, nobody getting turned, maybe a little bit of contact further back. It's starting to get racy in the mid-pack. We stay alive for the most part. We got a 2 for further back. Oh, 1 driver in the wall. 2 drivers in the wall. First actual blood drawn, and it happens in the very final race. Shaking the head further back from looks to be the 6 of Cooper Kolb, who might have been one of the instigators of that moment.
Yeah, unfortunately, maybe the discretion would have been the better part of valor. Still, I mean, the first lap of a 10-lap race. Maybe a bit too much, but still, got to send it.
Out of Popeye, and it is indeed Salt Lake City's Kinley Payne bringing us to the stripe for the first time. Dominic Smith, Remington Best, and Henry Alkin from Richmond get 6 positions in the whole shot. The 16 making moves. What do you see further back?
Somebody decided to take the long way around Rocky Moran. Looks like they're going to be able to keep on going. It looks like we've gotten away with it all, but yeah, wear your masks, folks.
Still good battling here in the mid-pack. It was Brody Day in the 44 that we saw making a ton of moves there. Went to the left side at D2, and on the downhill left-hander turn 5, made a couple of positions just because everyone overdrove it. He's already up 11 positions right now, up into P7.
Also, shout out to Andrew Cole, up 12, up into position number 11. Very impressive stuff there. As we are still going nose to tail through the through FA corner. Once again, you have to use your imagination on what FA seems to stand for.
Brody Day trying to make a move there through the sharp right-hander, and that does look to be a done deal.
Yep, once again, the classic push me and then get past the next corner. I love it.
Colin Lippa in the 9 with Lake and Bay just behind. We're 2x2. All of these guys pointing the helmets saying, we got to work together, guys.
No honor amongst thieves today. Oh, my
Absolutely
goodness.
not. Day exiting stage right there. But will slot in comfortably 2 by 2. Coming up, you're looking at the battle right now. Colin Lippa, Garrett Mitchell, Bebenisi, one driver nearly off. Looks like Dylan Waugh may be going for a rally. And crucially here, you see that purple lap. Keenly Payne making the most out of that clean air. Fastest lap, 121.169. Big contact, one up and over. Contact between the two of them. They're broadside coming out of the hairpin. But 2 karts parked on the top. It looked like it might have been, I think that might have been Peyton Babensee and Billy Elwell.
I would say that was coming from the drop of the green flag, but I'd say that was coming from the time that they gridded up. That's been a couple minutes brewing. Thankfully, it seems like everybody else has made it pretty cleanly through, but now we have our main players. It is Payne versus Smith versus Best.
To be fair, we were caging these guys for a very long time. They were jonesing to get out, and the minute they dropped the green flag, they were swinging. Check back up to first right now as Keenly Payne has had a very drama-free open to Group C. A lot of these guys cannot say the same, but crucially here, Dominic Smith, the Austin, Texas-based driver, trying to close that gap. Went quickest in Sector 1, personal best in Sector 2. They both come to the stripe. It's another purple lap for Keenly, 120.475. 121.122 for Dom Smith.
The only driver in the 20s is Keenly. So just got to keep that head on straight. It seems like the 50 has got it in the bag, but the main fight here, barring a mistake, seems like it's going to be that battle for P3 as we have a new fastest lap of a 20.4.
So again, rubber's been laid down. Track is probably the hottest it's been to this point today thanks to the sun. We were talking about the potential of maybe that Michelin rubber making things a little bit more, doing something to the racing surface. I'm not sure if it's hurting or helping at this point.
This is a pretty considerable drop. Everything I've heard from the drivers is that the cooler it gets, the better the track becomes. So to see these drivers inside the 22nd bracket, maybe we'll see that come down a little bit towards the end of this race as we have a battle between the 16 and the 34 for P3. This is Best versus Alkin, a battle of the cue balls.
There you go. Best looking to the inside here through triangle 2. We'll get the nose fully ahead and get P3 back. Henry thought about it into turn number 11, thinks smarter of it, and backs out. He knows he has a 900-meter straightaway where if he gets a good exit, he can absolutely stretch those legs. Day and Neitzel go into it further back. Day looking to the inside, but backs out of it.
Oh
These guys are having fun in Group C.
I love this sport.
Both of them jumping off the axle. Best looking to go the inside. He didn't want to make it stick for too long. He backs out of it. So for the time being, looking like Alkin going to drop away with it. Another purple lap for Keenly Payne. Go 120.397. But the Utah kid not able, like the rest of this field, not able to break into the 19s just yet.
Folks, I just kick your feet up and enjoy the sport of karting. This is why we love it. The small moments, looking at your opponent going 70 miles an hour into a 90-degree right-hand corner. I love it. Absolutely love it.
Ending the day on some soul food, I think is the best way we would say it. Gap Keenly to Dominic looking like 1.5 seconds here. This battle for the bottom step of the podium continuing to rage on as it is now the 44 of Brody Day who's found Henry Alkin. Good exit coming out of triangle 2, but again, Henry hitting that manual DRS button, just trying to smash that face as close to the steering wheel as humanly possible. I would not call this day done just yet for Dominic Smith either, because he is still definitely in conversation range. He puts down a couple more solid laps, he could absolutely be within drafting distance.
I wonder if Kinley must have made a mistake, because a 7/10 deficit that lap between P1 and P2. This race, as you said, might not be over just yet, as this is the battle for, I believe, P7 going into Rocky Moran.
Neitzel on the inside of Waugh. Gutsy move there around the outside.
Oh, no.
But that's actually Mitchell making a move. Oh, fully around there. Looked to be, I think, the 40 of Neitzel. And the first time we've really had a car swap. Ends another move further up in the field.
It's Lippo that's gone around at Rocky Moran.
54,
seems like in the 9.
54 Lake making a move on Ryan Neitzel. Iowa versus Illinois Midwest battle right now for P5. Neitzel trying to cross him up. And then a little bit further back. Looks like everybody was able to get going, no problemo.
And it seems Payne has recovered from whatever the issue was. That gap is now increasing at a pretty rapid margin. So who knows? Maybe another mistake is in the cards. But for now, it seems like the race is back under control of the number 50.
Battle raging on here as Lipa continuing to tap the head, saying we could work together right now.
No, you
we
can't.
Got a couple guys
No,
further
you
up.
can't.
But
Oh!
obviously, Lipa got no intentions of doing that. He wants to make a move to the inside here through Triangle 2 into T3. Does Lipa have an opportunity to swing back? A handful of times in Champions of the Future and Pro Kart, we've seen some late lunges on the anchors into the final corner. That's not going to be the case. A little bit further up, looks like Day trying to go on the inside of Alkin for P4. How's that battle potentially looking?
Don't believe that move was pulled off. I think they're going to go line of stern going through Rocky Marin. Seemingly, everybody's kind of caught their breath and spread out a little bit, but still plenty of opportunity for some racing action before this is all done and dusted.
It's so interesting because you're able to get that run and suck right up to the bumper of the guy in front of you. And then it feels like the minute that these guys pop out and try to make that move stick, especially on the shorter straightaways, airspeed dies immediately.
I was going to say, like, the drag of these karts is pretty big, especially when you consider that they've also got the protective barrier around the sides. Really messes up a lot of that air. And some drivers back here, some of them are very tall, making a much bigger hole in the air. So I think the skinny jockeys such as myself would love to be out there right now.
You got to remember, though, these are still very far cries from the traditional rental karts you would see electric or gas eating at any venue. Yes, they are rentals and they have the side skirts, but you don't have a roll hoop. You have four-wheel braking. You have a lot of power on tap that traditionally you don't really get at any other venue. This battle continuing to go on now as Lipa going to the inside of Lake.
Crossover.
Fully ahead attempt of a crossover. Swung it in too early.
Good little block pass there from the number 9. But let's see. I mean, the hard part is you can throw that move and you can park him on the apex, but guess what? When you catch him at Rocky Moran, let's see if the shoe's the same size as on the other foot.
These two continuing to battle. Gives an opportunity for Ryan DeSanto. Good exit.
Hold your breath.
Lipa on the inside of Lake, side by side through 1 and 2. Neither of them giving an inch. Sparks flying into Rocky Moran with the inside. Oh, man, big off further back. Lipa going up. That'll leave Lake uncontested.
The shoe was, in fact, bigger on the other foot.
Yeah.
Still coming to 3 to go this time by. Once again, Payne controlling this race very well. Smith has settled into a nice second with Alkin and Day. Still pretty close for that battle for P3, but largely looks like this one at the front, at the sharp end of the field, is pretty well done and dusted.
It's been very ethical wheel so far today.
Ethical wheel, that's another one that's going in the back pocket.
The first real time we've seen the powder keg explode, and it has been, we've seen sparks a lot today, but I mean, handful of karts in the dirt like you're seeing right now, as we might have another battle brewing.
Here we go again.
Looking for a number plate. I want to say that might be DeSanto here, as there's another move further back into Triangle 3. Attempted crossover from the 31, it looks like.
I think that was the 4. That's the 4 kart down in P20. I think maybe we might be having some transponder issues, but still a good little move.
That's Grant Mitchell, who had that very big excursion to get us started here in the opening laps. Nearly went up the hill right here at the start of Rocky Moran Corner, but is able to charge forward, at least get a couple in the moves here. Has gotten aside best Corey and Patricus. But boy, these battles continue to rage on. No matter where you look, it's why we've loved covering this event and why we've loved the platform that these karts have given us.
There
it has
is no
been
dull
competitive.
moment.
It has been close. There has never been a dull moment. And the best part is, again, we get to restack them, re-rack them, do it all over again tomorrow with the big kids.
Maybe that's the adult. Maybe that's with the adults. The method is just to hold them on that. We'll pay off. We'll slip like a 20 to a couple guys to like line up in the wrong grid slot. Just let that simmer a little bit in the pre-lineup phase.
Battle for the bottom step of the podium here, as it's Day, Dylan Walk trying to make a move here on Henry Alkin. Not a lot of interlocking bumpers we've necessarily seen either, trying to build that gap. And out in front, how about it? Keenly Payne from Salt Lake City. We'll see the white flag and will be darn near uncontested here in Teen Group 3.
Just really smooth. It's a shame, some of these drivers, I'd love to see what they could have done in the higher groups with the better competition. It looks like this has been a more or less, minus the weird moment there in the middle, this has been a more or less perfect race from Keenly Payne, and just about a half lap away from that checkered flag.
Looks like maybe some issues here for the 31. Andrew Knoll dropping back a handful of positions. Same can be said for Drew Daigle, just getting out of the top 10 there. Biggest mover does look to be Andrew Knoll, though. Brody Day having a phenomenal Saturday as well, as he's up 14 positions. But ultimately, you got to talk about this guy up here. Keenly Payne firing off from the front row, was the first guy out of Rocky Moran and has not placed a tire in a wrong position, has not put his steering wheel at a wrong angle. He has been picture perfect here in our final main event of the day. He has put a 4-second gap on the remainder of this star-studded field, to the point where not even a near kilometer-long straightaway is able to close that gap. And Dominic Smith, the Austin, Texas driver, has done everything he can to close that gap, and just as it comes alive, it's too little, too late. Out of turn 12 for the final time in the run to the checkered flag. Keenly Payne, your last winner in group number 3 here on Saturday.
Bravo to everybody today. A phenomenal race, whether it was the pros or the lower races, just top to bottom, great stuff. Hopefully everybody had a great time, and thank you guys for tuning in with us.
Let's take one more look here at how they're stacking up as they continue to drag race to the line. It'll be Dominic Smith and Henry Alkin joining him on the podium. Alkin, the Richmond native, ultimately able to fend off the hard-charging Brody Day and Dylan Walk. You look a little bit further back, Andrew Knoll 13 positions up, Ryan DeSanto up 5, Drew Daigle up 8. And actually, Brady Borgman, phenomenal closing lap, up 3 positions as well, had a stellar white flag run to get himself up from P21 up to P13. But just like that, that's going to be all she wrote here for the Teen Cup and day number 1 here for the K1 E-Worlds. Dino, that was a good time. How's another day of that sound?
Yeah, that sounds just fun. I could go for seconds.
We'll get an opportunity to rest our heads here and get ready for the biggest single day purse in karting, $25,000. It's literally changed lives. It's launched careers in karting. It's launched careers outside of karting in motorsports. You're not going to want to miss it. We hope you join us for the ultimate payday here in karting. Coverage going to start tomorrow, 8:30 a.m. Pacific. We'll get started just like we did this morning with international practice. We'll do our 2 rounds of qualifying, and after a quick break and lunch, we'll get into it, and we'll crown our 6th round of champions here for the K1 E-Worlds. We hope you enjoy it, and we hope to see you there. But for everybody here, it's time for us to land the plane for this hard-working K1 circuit crew, for everyone here at this Kart Chaser production team. And for Dean Helt and myself, Jackson Lambros, we hope you've enjoyed this first day of K1 Speed E-World Karting Championship action, and join us tomorrow for even more action right here on Kart Chaser.
This broadcast is the sole property of Kart Chaser Group, LLC. Any rebroadcast, reproduction, or other use of the images, audio, or accounts of this event, in whole or in part, without the expressed written consent of Kart Chaser Group, LLC is strictly prohibited. Thanks for watching.